Oh, there you.
Yeah.
Sorry. The teacher and me got a little upset. For some reason, the microphone wasn't working. So we'll try this all over again. Good morning. Thank you for all who were able to make it, coming from wherever it is you made it with all the traffic going on. Before we begin, I just would like everybody, when we get to the part where we have the moment of silence, that we think about everybody who helped getting that pilot back and everybody came home safe. And I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of today, but let's just have pleasant thoughts of everybody where everybody lives and make sure that everybody will be safe. So on that, good morning. I now call the meeting to order of the Solano County Board of Supervisors for April 7th, 2026. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Supervisor James? Present. Supervisor Williams?
Here.
And Chair Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisors Vasquez and Mashburn both have excused absences.
Okay. So please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. If I could have the sheriff start, please. I know I saw you, Brad.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Someday. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any cards submitted, or are there any callers on the board? Excuse me, it might help if I have glasses on the line that wish to speak to this particular item, which is item number 1.
Ma'am, there are no callers on the line, and we have no speakers for agenda item number 1.
Would you read then, please, item number 1?
Yes, ma'am. Adopt and present a resolution recognizing April 6th through the 12th, 2026 as National Public Health Week in Solano County. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's like 50-50 who gets to both of them, do them. Okay.
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
So this is the resolution of the Solano County Board of Supervisors recognizing April 6th through the 12th as Public Health Week. Whereas the American Public Health Association has declared this week as National Public Health Week. And behind me, I have a lot of people who make it all happen. So, whoops, my bad. You're not supposed to have moved.
Good morning. I'm Jaylene Richards. I'm the Interim Health Director for Solano County Health and Social Services, and I'd like to thank the board for recognizing National Public Health Week. I'm a pretty lucky person. I come to work every day with a group of people who enjoy what they do and are dedicated to the work that they do, making Solano County a healthier place to live. I like to thank them for their service and thank them for making Solano County a healthy place to live, a great place to live, and we just appreciate the work that they do. I'm pleased to be here today to recognize Rosario Monjeras. She is our health education specialist who coordinates our oral health program. She was the recipient of our 2025 Edward G. Lopez Award. Ms. Monjeras started with us 13 years ago as a health assistant. got her bachelor's in health sciences and was promoted to a health education specialist in the oral health program. She serves hundreds of kids in school settings, providing health education about oral health, screening kids for dental caries, and coordinating fluoride varnishes for kids. I'm pleased to introduce Rosario. She'll be followed by our representatives from Touro University of California, our partners in public health. I'm extremely grateful for Touro University because we've gotten some great employees from the university. So pleased that they're here today. Rosario?
Good morning, excuse me. Members of the board, colleagues, friends, and family. To stand before you today and receive the Edward G. Lopez Award is an incredible honor, and I accept with deep gratitude. But as I stand here, I know I do not stand alone. I am the daughter and granddaughter of immigrants, and this honor is for the women who came before me. My grandmother came to this country with the vision of service and dedicated herself to others as a nurse in the Bay Area for 30 years. My mother followed in the spirit of service, working right here in Solano County for 30 years. First, as a family resource specialist for the migrant education program, and then as an eligibility benefit specialist with the employment and eligibility services for 20 years. Say that 5 times. Growing up, I watched them dedicate their lives helping our neighbors navigate the systems they needed to thrive. They taught me that public service is not just a job, it's woven into who we are. To follow in their footsteps as a county employee is the greatest tribute I can pay to their sacrifice and hard work. When I look back at the past 16 years of my career here in Solano County, from my early days in the nonprofit sector to my time with maternal, child, and adolescent in health, and now as a health education specialist for the oral health education program, the common thread has always been a love for this community. The foundation of service is what drives my work today. Public health is often about the quiet wins, the screenings that catch a medical issue before it becomes a crisis, or the lesson that changes a child's habits for a lifetime. This recognition isn't just a milestone for me, it's a reflection of the vital work we do together to ensure our neighbors are healthy, seen, and supported. This past year has been one of significant momentum and at times significant challenges. Despite the hurdles we have faced, including navigating the complexities of the recent strike and its impact on our teams, our commitment to the children and residents of Solano never wavered. Receiving an award named after Edward G. Lopez is especially meaningful. His legacy reminds us that true public service is about heart, persistence, and local impact. This award fuels my dedication to continue this work. Thank you to the board for this recognition. Thank you to my supervisors for their continued support. Thank you to my mom, my dad, grandmother, and family for showing me the way. I look forward to many more years of serving the community I call home. Thank you.
Congratulations, Rosario. That's a tremendous honor. Very pleased. My name is Dr. Gail Cummings, and I represent Touro University's public health program. I serve as the program director and assistant dean in the College of Health Sciences. Thank you so much for this honor in helping us to recognize Solano County as part of National Public Health Week. We are grateful to have been partnering with Solano County for 20 years, which is about as long as I've been at Touro, which is remarkable. Together, we have been able to develop some amazing public health practitioners and professionals with your support, and on behalf of the health department and our public health program. I'm seeing a couple of my amazing students here today, and I'm extremely proud. With the recognition for Public Health Week, we are proud to announce our 4th annual symposium this year. It's going to be focused on refugee and immigrant populations, and providing and acknowledging healthcare systems to support them here in the Bay Area and throughout California. It is happening on Sunday, April 12th at Touro University. Happily, it is sold out. However, I did want to bring it to your attention. I know a number of you have registered, but it is an example of sort of the services and acknowledgement that Touro University has in terms of bringing these issues to life here with our public health program. Not only do we support the education for public health practitioners, we also support that education combined with our clinical practitioners as well. So we educate individuals who get a public health master's, a public health degree alongside of a physician assistant's degree program, along with our individuals who get a degree in osteopathic medicine and public health. So together we are working collaboratively with our partners here in Solano County, and we are extremely grateful to be a part of this acknowledgement today. I also want to recognize one of our faculty who are here, Dr. Sharon O'Hara, who teaches in the Community Action for Health concentration and has been quite involved in making this proclamation here for Solano County. So thank you for having us today.
All right, so we're going to do pictures, and I also want the students to come too, right? You can say to your family, I made it, I got a picture. Okay. All right, so come on forward.
We got a big group. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Some of you can come up back here.
Oh, that's cute. Do that.
Ma'am, I'm gonna have some come back here.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Come up here, too. You can come up here.
Come on this way.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do that.
That blue is amazing on you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I was like, oh, I got 2 minutes to get up there.
I completely understand.
Yes. Hopefully there's space down here.
Keep skating.
Okay, we're good? All right. Thank you. I know. No, I guess we should leave it out, huh? Yeah, well, no, because I don't want Monica to.
Exactly, thank you. No. And also, I want to thank Touro for helping us during COVID. They did a great job of making sure everybody received their shots, so thank you. All right, item number 2, Clerk of the Board.
Adopt and present a resolution recognizing April 12th through the 18th, 2026 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Solano County. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I was hoping I was going to hear it in dialogue. I mean, do over here. You guys are so funny. Okay.
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
All right. Team America. Oh my God, that's too much. So today, the resolution of the Solano County Board of Supervisors recognizing April 12th through the 18th as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in Solano County. And Brad, I'll have you come up and then you can direct traffic as who to want to speak first.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Brad Doyle, your sheriff. So this is a time that we recognize the good work that our dispatch team does for us. I've said this year after year, but it's truly, they're the heroes behind the scenes that take care of us in the night, in the day, at all times, wherever we are in this county. So they take care of us. I can tell you countless times, they take care of me when I needed it the most, when no one was around, but they were the voice in that darkness to get us through those situations. But in that, I wanted to share just a quick story. You know, we recently, 5 years now, emergency medical instructions?
2022.
2020, so it's about 3 years. 4 years. Math's not my strong suit. So 4 years. We started doing pre-arrival medical instructions, and our dispatchers do that. And our dispatch team just awarded our first, what we're coining as our Stork Award. You hear stories over the years of law enforcement showing up on scene on the side of the road when there's a, impending delivery that may take place, and law enforcement are there to do said delivery. And in this case, one of our dispatchers, right, Diana Kakos, walked through with pre-arrival medical instructions a delivery on the side of the road. So a true success story in that, and just another thing that they do for our community to take care of them. So with that, I am going to introduce our manager, Jennifer, to say a few words.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Gatile, the Dispatch Center Manager for the Solano Sheriff's Office. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize an extraordinary group of dispatchers during National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. This week is dedicated to the professionals who answer the call, often during the most frightening and uncertain moments in someone's life. They are the unseen first responders. In 2025, our Communications Center dispatched 86,865 law enforcement and fire calls for service. They answered 19,976 911 emergency calls and received 83,764 non-emergency phone calls. Each of those calls required immediate attention, sound judgment, and calmness. Behind every number is a member of our community who needed help and a dispatcher who was ready to provide it. They make critical decisions in seconds, coordinate with multiple agencies to include fire and law agencies. They provide life-saving medical instructions and maintain constant communication with fire and law enforcement units, often while managing several active incidents at once. Like many communication centers across the state and country, we continue to navigate recruitment challenges. Our center currently has 8 vacancies, which is 36% of our staffing. And the amazing team at Solano regularly works overtime to ensure reliable services are available 24/7. Despite these challenges, the team continues to meet needs of the community with professionalism and dedication. Their resilience and commitment speaks volumes about their character and dedication to public service. Thank you for recognizing the vital role the dispatchers play in our safety in county.
Before we wrap it up, I just wanted to say we just had our employee recognition ceremony where we honored our employees of the year, and our dispatcher of the year. I want to give it a shout out. She's not here, Dusty Harriman. If you're out there, you're listening, thank you for everything you did this last year and continue to do.
Is there anybody else coming?
I think we're it. Team America, once again.
Musical chairs. Musical chairs.
All right. Madam Clerk, do we have any cards for item, what are we on, item 3 now? 3?
Ma'am, I have no callers and I have no cards for item 3.
All right, would you read the item, please?
Adopt and present a resolution recognizing April 12th through the 18th, 2026 as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week in Solano County. Do I have a motion?
Second.
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
It's not. Tony wants one.
Oh, a puppy? Oh, okay. See? Where is he? How are you doing? Hey, how are you doing? Look at the puppies. Hey, how are you doing? Look at that puppy.
Good job.
I know. Uh-huh.
They're bringing the room.
He's so cute. Okay. Yeah, come on. I was like, I don't bite, at least. I think we're all distracted by the gorgeous puppies. Last year, I remember this resolution, there was a bigger dog that wanted to contribute to the meeting. So this year, we did something a little bit different. But I have the honor of reading this resolution, presenting the resolution for the National Animal Care and Control Association. They had designated the second week of April each year as National Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week. And whereas various federal, state, and local government officials throughout the country take this time to recognize, thank, and commend all animal care and control staff for the dedicated service they provide to the citizens, public safety, and public service agencies and departments across the nation. And whereas every day animal care and control staff put themselves in potentially dangerous situations to protect the health and welfare of all kinds of animals, pets, and the public. And whereas animal control officers, in addition to patrolling the unincorporated areas of the county, provide enforcement of laws and ordinance, rabies control, and removal of dead animals from the roadways. And whereas animal care staff, in addition to caring for shelter animals, organize and facilitate adoption and outreach events and provide low-cost vaccination, microchipping, and spade and neuter services. And whereas animal care and control staff are to be recognized for their tireless devotion and care provided to the animals brought to our shelter and encountered in the field. Now therefore be it resolved that the Solano County Board of Supervisors recognize the week of April 12th through 18th, 2026 as Animal Care and Control Appreciation Week and commends the animal care and control staff for their dedication and distinguished service to the residents of Solano County.
All right, good morning again. All right. We're going to have a Clear the Shelter event today. This could be yours. And I know Tony out there wants one already, but literally we are looking for homes for all of our animals, and these folks here take care of our community animals every day. So although they're separate teams, they work so closely together with the goal of taking care of our animals. I just wanted to, oh. It's okay. It's your show. Okay. let's talk through it. So, just some of the information from last year of the great work that these teams do collectively, really, truly collectively what they do. So we had 1,107 animals that were adopted to their forever homes. We're hoping for another 300 today. We had 1,087 lost animals reunited with their owners last year. We had 890 animal bites. You don't like me, do you? All right. Okay.
Mine's like me.
Okay. Sorry. All right. 890 animal bites and exposures were investigated by our small but mighty animal control unit throughout the county. And 569 animal welfare checks were completed by our team. All with the goal of taking care of our community animals. That's what they do. And then really, I guess what I want to say, besides that we want to adopt all these animals. Well, before, I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to let Sergeant Speakman come up here and talk a little bit more. He supervises our animal control officers for the county, amongst other things that he does for us. But I want him to come up here and just say a few words about the good work they do.
Good morning. My name is Jason Speakman. I'm the animal care supervisor. I've had the pleasure of doing it for, I think, the last 4 years. And with any luck, this will be my last year doing it. So, yeah, fingers crossed. But anyway, it's not because I don't like doing the job, but I'm ready to retire. So I usually don't come up here and discuss these things, but this is my last chance to come up here and discuss this. So I took over animal control 4 years ago. I had no idea what animal control was. I thought that they were, like the rest of us think they're dog catchers, and that's what they do, right? They go out and they catch the dogs, but they are not dog catchers. They are social workers. They are, your neighbors. They are animal lovers. They care about every one of these animals that they go out there and try to rescue. I've seen them come back to the office crying when a dog on the freeway that they've spent hours trying to catch gets hit by a car. And, it tears them up because they couldn't catch it. They go into homeless camps and are catching dogs or taking dogs and taking animals, getting them the care that they need, getting them vaccinations, getting them spayed and neutered so that there's less animals in those homeless camps. I can tell you right now, they are unarmed, as you see right now, and they go into homeless camps by themselves. I wouldn't do it. And so my hand's off to them because they truly are a lot braver than I am. When a vicious dog call comes in, the last thing I want to do is be anywhere near the vicious dog because I got a couple ways of dealing with a vicious dog, and you don't want either one of those ways. But amazingly enough, they get these vicious dogs and they get them onto a truck and they get them to where they need to be. And so they're a very small staff. I appreciate everything they do, and I'm going to miss them, but I just want to thank them and make sure that, I understand that next week is the week to spotlight them, but they are here 24/7, 365 days a year, just like dispatch, just like the fire department, just like the sheriff's office. It's not just 1 week, they're here all the time. So if we could take the time to recognize them every day you see them. Thank you so much.
Just a little bit more about our animal care. So like these dogs were seized, these puppies, and ultimately at some point we'll be looking to adopt them. So if you are looking for a home or creating a home for these puppies or any other animals, please visit a shelter. Please think about how you can help. I know there's a lot of outreach that goes on. Amanda does a lot of the outreach. And we also have our office dog program, and I know a lot of the county employees are familiar and some of the city employees because we expanded it, where we walk these dogs around and socialize them, and it gets them out, stretches their legs, and then also we may find a home. So, and I think we've found a lot of homes. I think we're approaching 100 at this point, homes for those animals over the year, myself included. So, that's the goal. And with the volunteers, we're starting to increase those. And I know I'm crossing over into another agenda item, but I know also our former General Services Director, Megan Greavy, is going to be walking the dog around Yes, thank you, Megan. We appreciate you. That's the goal. And I feel like when you see the joy in the eyes, the employees get the break of seeing the dog, petting the dog, and the animal's excitement as well. But, it all feeds each other. It's just amazing. It's just amazing to see. So just think about it. Thank you so much. Oh, that one.
I know, he was asleep until I woke him up. We could take a picture over here.
We got one at home.
Proclamation.
We gotta be friendly.
Yeah, somebody dropped a quarter. Yeah, but I can't get.
Cassandra, are you okay to go ahead? Just want to make sure. So, if the clerk of the board would double check, is there anybody who has a public comment on item number 5?
And I have no callers on the line, and I have no cards for item number 4.
Number 4, I was reading 5 in the wrong spot.
Adopt and present a resolution proclaiming April 2026 as Children's Month to commemorate observances for children during the month of April, and adopt and present a resolution proclaiming April 2026 as National Child Abuse Prevention Month to recognize the importance of families and communities working together to prevent child abuse and neglect. Do I have a motion? So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
Hey, good morning. So while everybody's coming down, this is 2 resolutions, and I was trying to figure out how we were going to do this, but we'll just talk about it in general. We are honoring or proclaiming April 2026 as Children's Month in Solano County. Each year since 2006, Solano County has celebrated and observed the multiple children's events recognizing April as Children's Month. And whereas from birth to age 5, a child's brain develops more than at any other time in life. And whereas the National Association for Education of Young Children, Quality Counts Solano, and the Solano County Office of Education recognizes April 11th through 17th, 2026 as Week of the Young Child Celebrating and Early Learning, young children, their caregivers and teachers, families, and communities. And whereas the Solano County Library, in conjunction with the American Library Association and public libraries across the country, celebrates April 19th through 25th, 2026 as National Library Week with the theme Find Your Joy, and April 30th, 2026 as El Dia de los Niños, Children's Day. And Whereas the month of the military child allows us to pay tribute to military children across the country and our local military community at Travis Air Force Base for their ability to take on unique challenges and adapt to present and future changes that other youth their age never experience. And the second resolution is proclaiming April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas Solano County Child Abuse Prevention Council is sponsoring the Blue Ribbon Campaign in recognition of National Child Abuse Prevention Month to promote public awareness of the abuse and neglect of our children and the resources available to strengthen and support families. And whereas across America, National Court-Appointed Special Advocates, CASA, and its local member organizations set aside a day in April as Children's Light of Hope Day to recognize and acknowledge the CASA volunteers, foster and adoptive parents who have opened their hearts and homes to abused and neglected children in our community. And whereas Children's Memorial Flag Day is recognized in the United States by the Children Welfare League of America on the fourth Friday of April as a way to memorialize the thousands of children who die each year, and as a day to raise awareness about the continuing problem of violence against children. And whereas child abuse and neglect can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects and are serious problems affecting every segment of our community. And with that, I am going to pass this on to, okay, you. I don't know who wanted to go first. Yes, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor James. Good morning, board members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Alicia Gutierrez, and I'm the Health Education Specialist representing First Five Solano. And today, we come before you to proclaim April 2026 as Children's Month and Child Abuse Prevention Month in Solano County. And in honoring Children's Month, we celebrate the boundless joy, innocence, and potential our children bring to our community. It is a time to place emphasis on their well-being, education, and their overall happiness. Each year, First Five Solano, along numerous community partners who are present here today, organize activities and events throughout April to raise awareness about critical children's issues while also celebrating and honoring our young ones. While none of these efforts would be possible without the dedication of our partners, their unwavering commitment ensures the safety and well-being of our children. We understand that the first 5 years of a child's life shapes the foundation of their future. So let us therefore continue this journey in safeguarding our children's well-being and future. I'd like to thank you for your time and your ongoing support. And now I am pleased to introduce our two speakers. First, Juan Cesaneros, Executive Director of Child Start, who will speak to the importance of Children's Month, followed by Eric Edhart, Executive Director of CASA of Solano County, who will speak about Child Abuse Prevention Month and our shared commitment to protecting and nurturing children in Solano County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Juan Cisneros, and I am the Executive Director for Child Start. We operate all of the Head Start and Early Head Start programs throughout Solano County, as well as Napa County and parts of Contra Costa and Marin counties. And I want to start by going on record and saying that when it comes to presenting, animal control does not play fair. They don't. They don't play fair. Like, I wish I had a little baby in my hand right now so I could show you how important this awareness month is to us. But I don't, and so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I've been working in this industry for 30 years, and I have to say that working in Solano County especially has been a real highlight and positive mark on my career, because I've seen some of the great contributions that our wonderful leaders are making, from funding programs like resource and referral, organizations such as Help Me Grow throughout the county, also funding programs, parenting programs throughout the county like Triple P. These are all programs, the prevention programs, that really help families have a better handle on how to raise their children, especially with some of their developmental and social emotional needs. And so I want to thank the county and all leaders, every organization that comes together to support children. We have this ecosystem that's especially special. And I just feel like here in Solano County, it's truly special. One particular contribution that I have to highlight is the contribution that was made to take a shuttered elementary school and convert it into a really nice, high-quality, state-of-the-art early care and education center. And I actually have the privilege of speaking more about that later on in this agenda, so I'll keep it short, but what I'll say is, interestingly enough, like the animal control folks earlier, next week is also Week of the Young Child. And so, you know, what better way to celebrate Week of the Young Child than to celebrate the opening of this center that was funded a couple years ago, because it's now officially open. Yesterday, yes. Yesterday marks the first day that children actually started at the center. We had 30 children, this is the first batch of children, began their first day at the new school, Rise Vallejo. And while I wasn't able to be there, I can share that the children were excited, the parents were excited, our staff were excited. Of 30 children that started, we only had 2 cry. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. For a new environment, for young children, only 2 had a, I guess, not so great experience at the beginning. But when they left, I'm sure they were fine. All that said, again, I just want to thank you. The contributions that you make not only show care and understanding of the needs of the community, but they're also forward-thinking. Projects like Rise Vallejo are projects that we've seen, that I've never seen in my career. I work for Head Start, which is a federal program. Across every county of every state, there is a Head Start program. And across that network, I have never seen such an investment to take funds that are really needed to create this wonderful state-of-the-art building for young children. And so you are to be commended. I truly, truly stand here with gratitude because you chose us as your Head Start program to help make this happen. And I think I just want to say that I stand here very grateful. So thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brown and supervisors. My name is Aaron Eckhart. I'm the Executive Director of CASA of Solano County. And first off, I just want to take a minute. Congratulations, this is huge. And thank you for all that work. Thank you to the county for opening that new center. So I want to take this opportunity to speak today about National Child Abuse Prevention Month. April is a time when we draw attention to the reality that far too many children in our community are experiencing abuse, abandonment, and neglect. It's also time to celebrate people and programs working to change that reality. CASA of Solano County is proud to be among them. CASA stands for Court-Appointed Special Advocate. We recruit, train, and support community volunteers who are appointed by the court to advocate for children in the foster care system. Often, our volunteers are the one consistent adult from start to finish in a child's permanency case once they're removed from a home and then placed into permanency. We try to have our volunteer be a consistent, constant adult presence, speaking on their behalf, ensuring that their voice is heard throughout the process, and also focusing on that child's well-being. I often say that our volunteer's sole job is the child. In 2025, Solano County served over 100 children. Our volunteers dedicated nearly 8,000 hours to advocating on their behalf. We've increased our recruitment for volunteers by 50% and reduced our waiting list by over half. Right now, there are still 21 young people in Solano County waiting for a CASA advocate. This year, to answer that, we've also launched our Bridge Advocacy Program, which provides quarterly check-ins, birthday celebrations, and social outings to children on the waiting list so no child goes unseen while they wait for a permanent advocate. Child abuse prevention is not the work of a single organization. It takes a commitment of an entire community. And it takes the leadership of bodies like this one. Your continued support of programs that protect the most vulnerable young people sends a powerful message that every child in Solano County matters and that we will not look away. I invite anyone listening to consider becoming a volunteer advocate with CASA. You can learn more by visiting casasolano.org or by stopping by our office. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the children of Solano.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, and the Solano County community members that are here and also listening. I am Dr. Nikki Parr, and I serve as the County Superintendent of Schools. I also serve as the President of the Child Abuse Prevention Council. And so I want to talk a little bit about April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. The resolution that you just honored us with is more than just a formal gesture. It's a vital signal to our community that the safety and well-being of our children are our highest priorities. In Solano County, we believe that prevention is a collective responsibility. This work is spearheaded by the Solano Child Abuse Council, and I'd like to highlight a few of our efforts over the past year, supported by your advocacy and changing lives. So we've done some interagency collaboration. We are building an ecosystem of support for families and students in Solano by bringing together education, law enforcement, healthcare providers, and community organizations. We ensure that families do not fall through the cracks and instead receive a warm handoff to consistent, effective support. We also focus on education and awareness. So you may have seen some of the blue ribbons and pinwheels in some of our local areas. I, this morning, was at the Vacaville Police Department, City Council, and I was a part of the Paint It Blue campaign. And this morning, early, we were out putting blue pinwheels in front of the building to represent the students, the young people who were lost in our community. It was one pinwheel for every 3 young people that have been identified as potentially being abused or have been abused and that we have lost. And there was a sea of blue. And so that was an eye-opening experience for me that there is still a lot of need out there. And we currently offer free training that's in person. It's something that we had been talking about for many years. Many organizations have online virtual trainings, and we said we need to actually get back to having in-person trainings where individuals can ask questions, speak about specific issues that they need support around navigating, and help each other. And so we actually are offering that through the Solano Alliance. They are offering this in-person training. We also offer family strengthening opportunities. We have parent cafes where we bring parents in and we provide them training on specific topics, build a professional learning community, a community effort with families who have similar needs, have similar challenges, and need similar support. We also offer systematic advocacy. We recognize our partners are facing significant hurdles. We just heard Aaron talk about what's happening at CASA, that we have so many young people, 21, that are in need of CASA support. Our care providers, child care providers are struggling right now, and our family resources are also struggling. The council is working tirelessly to advocate for the funding and the policy changes that these organizations need to sustain these essential lifelines. Thank you for standing with us. By passing this resolution, you are helping us build a county where every child is safe, every family is supported, and every student can walk into a classroom ready to learn because they feel secure at home. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, have there been any cards submitted, or are there any callers on the line that wish to speak to this particular item, which is item number 5? All right.
No, ma'am, there have not been. Agenda item number 5, adopt and present a resolution recognizing April 2026 as National Volunteer Appreciation Month in Solano County, highlighting the contributions of community volunteers and partner organizations. Do I have a motion?
I heard it, so we're good.
I got you. Oops, sorry.
No,
Let's try that again.
okay. That was fast.
It's ordered by a vote of 3-0.
The sheriff's department to come join with me, as well as, let's see, who's all here? The food bank of Contra Costa and Solano County. Let's see, the library foundation, not foundation, library department, and let's see, I'm missing one. Is there one here? Oh, CVLN, yes. All right. Are we all here? Okay, awesome. All right, thank you. This resolution of the Solano County Board of Supervisors, well, you read that already. Okay. No, wrong one. I'll be right back. Yeah, that, I grabbed the wrong one. Okay. That was done by memory. Who was supposed to come up there? All right, oops. All right. The correct resolution. Okay, whereas the month of April is designated as National Volunteer Appreciation Month, a time dedicated to recognizing the importance of volunteering and honoring the significant contributions volunteers make by generously donating their time and talents to worthy causes. And whereas Volunteer Appreciation Month is an opportunity to recognize and thank volunteers who lend their time, talent, voice, and resources to meet the critical needs of our community. And whereas Solano County benefits from volunteers who contribute thousands of hours annually in support of vital programs and services, and who represent a diverse cross-section of the community, ranging from young adults to retirees, bringing a wide variety of background, skills, and experiences. And whereas April highlights volunteerism through events such as Earth Day, National Service Recognition Day, and United Way's National Volunteer Month, further emphasizes the importance of civic engagement. And whereas it is estimated that in Solano County, there are over 100 volunteer opportunities available across a wide range of organizations, and including those that support animal care, food distribution, public safety, education, and community service. And whereas organizations such as the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano rely on volunteers to inspect, sort, and package food, bag produce in their Fairfield warehouse, and support community distribution programs, helping provide more than 2,700,000 meals monthly to individuals and families in need. Whereas volunteers with the Solano County Sheriff's Office support a variety of programs in specialized units, enhancing the county's ability to respond to routine operations and emergency incidents while strengthening community relationships. And whereas the Solano County Library benefits from volunteers who support literacy programs and services, educational programming, and community engagement. efforts across its branches, helping expand access to services for residents of all ages. Whereas the county's partnership with the Center for Volunteer and Nonprofit Leadership, better known as CVNL, also known, plays a vital role in connecting individuals to volunteer opportunities and supporting nonprofit organizations in effectively engaging volunteers to meet community needs. And whereas volunteering and civic engagement are the cornerstones of a strong, resilient, and connected community. Now therefore be it resolved that Solano County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize April 2026 as National Volunteer Appreciation Month and encourages all residents to volunteer and make a positive difference in Solano County. And before each member comes to share some amazing words of how dedicated the volunteers have been and their support and help in our community, I also have a special proclamation from my office to, in reference to National Volunteerism Month, to the Food Bank of Contra Costa County and Solano for their support of all the work they do to help feed our residents here in Solano County. And especially when SNAP was cut off, if it wasn't for them showing up and all our other volunteers, we would have been in a lot of trouble. So this is for them, so I'm gonna call them up first and then ask the Sheriff's Department to come next and then followed afterwards with the other two. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So I'm just going to say a few words and then pass it over to one of our incredible volunteers who is here with us today, and we have some in the back as well. But good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Haley Solaris, and I am the Advocacy and Policy Manager at the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano. This Volunteer Appreciation Month, we are especially grateful for the more than 5,600 volunteers who power our mission every single day. They are the hands that sort and pack food, the faces that greet our neighbors with dignity, and the heart behind everything that we do. We also want to thank the Solano County Board of Supervisors for this proclamation, recognizing their incredible contributions. It truly means so much to our volunteers to be seen and valued by their community. In Solano County alone, our food bank serves over 30,000 households and 80,000 individuals each month. Food insecurity and hunger in Solano County have unfortunately been on the rise, and with the implementation of the H.R. 1 bill passed last July, we expect an even greater increase in need and pressure on emergency food providers like ours in the months to come. Our volunteers remind us that even in challenging times, we are not alone. They show us what it looks like to come together, to care for our neighbors, to step up when it matters most, and to build a stronger, more resilient Solano County. We simply could not do the work without them. To every volunteer, thank you for your compassion, your time, and your commitment to ensuring that no one in our community goes hungry. And of course, again, thank you to the board for acknowledging this as Volunteer Appreciation Month. So I want to invite Bill to say a few words.
Good morning. My name is Bill Drury. I'm one of the volunteers. I've been doing this for about 7 years. I want to thank the board for their recognition of all the service that all our volunteers provide. One of the things that the volunteers do, besides what you heard in the resolution, is we also go out to raise awareness of what the food bank does. We were at Solano College last week for the career fair looking for more volunteers and letting people know where they could get food. If you're interested in volunteering, please come see us. We also accept donations, including pet food, just in case, okay? People ask me sometimes, why do you do this? I think all of us are committed to trying to contribute to the good of society as a whole. You know, it's everybody's job to vote and stop at stop signs and everything like that. But individually, we do what we can, and our volunteers have chosen to work for the food bank at their convenience and their schedule. We have multiple opportunities available at different times. And then the other part about this is everybody has abilities. Some people can lift heavy loads, some people can be friendly with other people. One of my jobs as an ambassador is to go out and just make awareness. We go to events where people are interested in having us talk about the food bank, raise awareness of what the food bank does, how it works, and what they can do for individuals as a group. So if I had to say, why do I do this? It's like, this is just my little part about helping improve in a way that I can, getting more food to people. That's it. Okay.
Ladies first.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabby Bermudez. I'm the Volunteer Services Manager at CBNL. I'm also a dog mom, so just so you know, the puppy was telling everybody to volunteer. That's what I heard. So on behalf of CBNL and the Solano Volunteers Program, I just want to, again, thank the board and its members for recognizing not just volunteers, but the impact that volunteerism has in our communities. As you heard from volunteers themselves, everybody has a responsibility to contribute, to support, and to better their community, and that's exactly what CBNL believes in. We are so grateful for the board's support in continuing our work here in Solano County. We also do serve in Marin, Sonoma, and Napa. And one of the biggest ways in which we're able to contribute in this large scale is by providing our online volunteer portal, volunteernow.org. This is a platform that is completely accessible and free to use for nonprofit and local government agencies to post their volunteer needs. And then our staff goes out into the community, again, across all 4 different counties to recruit people to volunteer. So we recently upgraded the product, which taught me so much about data import and export and all of those things. But the goal is really to make the portal a little bit more accessible, easier to navigate, and that transition just happened yesterday. So if you go to volunteernow.org and have not been in there, as of last week, it has a brand new look. It looks a lot cuter in my humble opinion. But this is, again, an opportunity for any organizations that are here in the room, if you haven't already, to make sure that you create a profile, that you post volunteer opportunities, and if you're an individual, that you sign up and that you volunteer either for a one-time commitment or for ongoing needs. We also are so grateful to partner for our days of service, and it falls right in line with Global Volunteer Month. The next activity is the 2026 Earth Day cleanups here in Solano County. So if you haven't signed up, please do so. We have 11 sites that need tons of volunteers to keep Solano beautiful. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Eitner with Solano County Library. I'll introduce myself at another point in the agenda, but I'm here today to talk about the amazing volunteers that the Solano County Library has. We're supported by hundreds of volunteers, and in last fiscal year 24-25, they contributed over 16,000 hours of service, strengthening the library and programs across the county. Our volunteers make a meaningful impact every day, supporting digital literacy as computer docents and expanding access to legal guidance through lawyers at the library. There are also some specific programs that I would like to highlight, including Read to a Dog. Read to a Dog is a wonderful program where we have therapy dogs and their handlers who come to the library, and kids get a chance to read aloud to them. It's a wonderful program because it gives kids confidence in their ability to read, to sound out words in an environment that is not judgmental, because dogs are cute and they don't judge. And so it's a wonderful way for everyone to kind of help out the community. We also have the Friends of the Libraries. We have Friends of the Library groups at all of our libraries. And these volunteers, dedicated volunteers, through fundraising and book sales, what they do is they provide funds to the library, and we use those funds to provide programs to the library, to the community, so that we can further the mission of the library by offering these enriching programs. And then finally we have our tutors through the Adult Literacy Program. The Adult Literacy Program is quite frankly, it's a life-changing program. It's a life-changing program for the volunteers and for the learners. The learners are matched with a tutor, and they work together to achieve that learner's goals, whatever those goals may be. It may be to read, it may be to understand their electric bill, it may be to be able to read a book to their child or to their grandchildren. It really is a life-affirming and life-changing volunteer opportunity for those folks who do that. And we are always looking for more volunteers for that program and every other program. We're also very thankful and grateful to have some of our volunteers with us here today. We have volunteers from the Friends of the Vacaville Libraries, the Read to a Dog team, and our adult literacy program volunteers. If you could please stand so we could recognize you. We really appreciate everything that you do, and on behalf of the library and everyone else, thank you so much.
And those that stood, when we get ready to take photos, please join us down front of the dais. All right. Last but not least.
Oh, I go again. I get to go. A lot for me. Yeah, your sheriff. Let's bring the puppies back up. All right. No. So we absolutely couldn't do it at the sheriff's office without the volunteers either. I hear it over and over, but they're so valuable to all of us. And at the sheriff's office, it's no different. We have volunteers in our records, in administration, our coroner's office. Like they're throughout our whole organization. They put in thousands of hours. One of the biggest areas is at our Office of Emergency Services, our search and rescue. That we literally have over 100 volunteers there who not just locally, but with mutual aid regionally, they go out and help find missing persons or whatever their mission may be. We have like search and rescue efforts, dive teams, all volunteers that do nothing but want to care about Solano County. And I'll take the opportunity to say that she's not here, but our volunteer of the year was Stephanie Lopez in our search and rescue. She donated thousands of hours of her time to do what she does and what she loves for the community. And I would be remiss if I just didn't say that. So at the Sheriff's Office, we have a Volunteer of the Year award. It's called the John P. Sandlin Award. John Sandlin gave his life 21 years ago. Almost to this month. Actually, he was a friend, and he was a reserve deputy sheriff. And now I'm going to get choked up. But he was a friend of mine, a Navy veteran, and he died doing what he loved. He died serving. And I think that's the point, is these volunteers care, and they're committed. And, honestly, it's about that service. So I just want to thank all the volunteers at the Sheriff's Office. And we also have on our webpage, if you're interested in a lot of the variety of things that we do, which is very diverse, come check us out at our webpage, and we'll find you the right fit if you are interested in volunteering. Thank you.
All right, let's go down and take our photo. Everyone, please come. All volunteer. If you volunteer in any capacity, come on down.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah. I know there's so many. Yes, that's what, when you said that, I was like, which one is it? And I think there may be two in Vallejo. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You were just getting really close to my Diet Coke.
Oh, sorry.
You know that would be.
Yes, no, we can't. Yes. And you guys could come up here if you want to as well.
You guys can come on up here.
You guys could come up here if you like. If there's too many people down there. You're scary. I know. Apparently we bite. Yes. There we go.
Yeah. Right. Of course I am. Long time no see.
of the special ones, huh?
Yes. Supervisor James, I'm doing well. Good. Which camera are we looking at?
I know.
I used to just use Matthew Davis.
First time I've done it.
We're not done yet, guys. Matthew hasn't done it.
Feels special to be out here. What's your name again? Cassandra. I'm Dan. I retired from the state. I do volunteer in Dixon now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cassandra, just, I have, if you wanted some,
Oh,
it's okay,
thank
don't
you.
worry about it. It's fine. I was
They
bribing,
disappear-
I was
they
bribing
disappear
people.
quick.
Yeah.
I don't know, is this one yours? I didn't know which one was yours. Okay. No, mine's is. Yeah. Yeah.
Supervisor, are you ready? All right. Madam Clerk, have there been any cards, or is there anybody on the line that wishes to speak under public comment for this item?
I have no callers on the line and no cards for item 6.
If you would read it, please.
Adopt and present a resolution recognizing April 11th through the 17th, 2026 as Black Maternal Health Week in Solano County. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And I will give you time to vote this time. So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
Okay. All right, Deborah and her team, come on down. I had jumped the gun earlier.
I lost some hearing. All right, wait for everyone for the team. I got this out of
They did great work.
I'm not going to worry about it. It's okay.
I'm really honored and privileged to stand with these amazing women and gentlemen and their dedication and commitment to this work. And for some of you who don't know, I definitely work to lift up the work that they're doing. It's not me, it's the work they do. And I'm truly privileged to stand before you today and representing and reading this resolution. So it's an honor. Whereas Black Maternal Health Week is a time to commit and recommit to ending the maternal health crisis that is taking the lives of far too many of our nation's Black mothers. And whereas women in America are dying at a higher rate from pregnancy-related causes than women in any other developed nation, and whereas Black women face even more risk and are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women, in no small part because of the long history of systematic racism and bias in America. And whereas studies show that when Black women suffer from severe injuries or pregnancy complications or simply ask for medical assistance, they are often dismissed, go untreated, or are ignored in the healthcare setting that are supposed to care for them. And whereas people of color, including expecting mothers, often bear the brunt of environmental injustices And too often, Black mothers lack access to safe and secure housing, affordable transportation, and affordable, healthy food. And whereas former Vice President Kamala Harris was a key leader on maternal health and convened experts and activists to find solutions to fight for improved maternal health outcomes, elevating the issue nationally, and whereas President Biden's administration released a blueprint for addressing the maternal health crisis, which outlined actions that federal government would take to combat maternal mortality and improve maternal health by creating the new birthing-friendly hospital designation that highlights hospitals and health systems that offer high-quality maternal care, ensuring that expecting mothers know where to go to get the help they need. And whereas Solano County is fortunate enough to have 3 hospitals that meet that criteria to be recognized as being birthing friendly, including Kaiser in Vallejo, North Bay in Fairfield, and Kaiser in Vacaville. Whereas the theme for 2026, the 10th annual Black Maternal Health Week, is rooted in justice and joy. Now therefore be it resolved that the Solano County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize April 11th through the 17th as Black Maternal Health Week in Solano County. And at this time, I'll turn it over to their director, Ms. Deborah. Oh, Ms. Shanti. All right, Dr. Shanti is coming. Fuller.
You can call me Dr. Shandy. That's
yeah. I'm like, I turned first, and I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Shandy Fuller, and I am the Maternal Child and Adolescent Health Medical Director and Director for Solano Hills. I am honored to speak today in recognition of Black Maternal Health Week. Black women continue to face significantly higher rates of maternal morbidity and mortality, as well as barriers to equitable, respectful care. These disparities are not due to individual choices, but are rooted in systemic inequities and gaps in access to quality care. And if any of you know me or have heard me speak before, you know that this is a passion area for me, and particularly both personally and professionally. And I get to work with a group of amazing people, some who are up here today, who this is also passionate work for them. This is hard work. For me personally, I've had family members die in childbirth, and members of my family die before the age of 1 year old. Their lives cut too soon. I hear almost weekly, sometimes daily, from Black women saying that they're afraid to get pregnant and they're afraid to give birth because they're afraid they're going to die. During a time where this should be a joyous occasion and when we should be having a celebration, for many, it's built with fear and anxiety. In Solano County, Solano Hills is working to address this by improving care coordination, advancing equity in clinical practices, and supporting programs like Mocha Mamas Thrive through our Black Infant Health Program that provides safe, affirming spaces for Black women through the perinatal period. Hills has graduated close to 40 doulas in the community and continues to have mental health toolkits on our website and race equity trainings for the public. We also offer free prenatal groups and healing conferences. This work centers the voices and lived experiences of Black mothers because meaningful solutions must be community informed. We respectfully ask for your continued support through policies that expand access to culturally responsive, community-based care. These investments are critical to improving outcomes for mothers, families, and future generations. Because when Black mothers are supported and thrive, their entire families, communities, and future generations thrive with them. Thank you.
Yeah, no, no, I'm good. You say something.
I prepared something just in case you put me on the spot. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Deborah Espinoza, and I'm the Senior Health Services Program Manager in Maternal Child Adolescent Health Bureau and Public Health, and I'm also the manager for Black Infant Health Programs. The Black Infant Health Program plays a critical role in advancing Black maternal health and addressing longstanding disparities in birth outcomes. Our approach is both evidence-based and community-centered. Through one-on-one home visiting, using the Healthy Families America model, we provide individualized in-home support that meets families where they are. This includes not only care coordination and parenting support, but also direct in-home mental health services and nursing support, ensuring that mothers receive comprehensive, culturally responsive services in a setting where they feel safe and supported. Equally important, we create opportunities for connection and resilience through our Mocha Mamas Thrive program, group cohort sessions. These gatherings foster community, reduce isolation, and empower participants to build strong support networks that extend far beyond our program. By investing in both individualized care and community-based support, the Black Infant Health Program strengthens maternal well-being, improves birth outcomes, and builds healthier families. Continued support, and we truly do appreciate the board's support for our programs, is an investment in equity, prevention, and the long-term health of our community in general. So thank you so much for recognizing Black Maternal Health Week in Solano County. Thank you.
All right, well, let's all take our photo then.
Thank you.
Let's go.
We allow people up here occasionally if you want to come up.
Here we go, on three. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Do I leave it open for one more?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let me get myself up here, sorry. Just talking.
So before I have the clerk read anything, this is just a taste of what Solano County does. And thank you all for still staying here and watching and everything, but think about everything that we do. This is just a taste. And here's another taste after the clerk looks to see if anybody wants to make a comment and then read what's happened.
I have no callers on the line and no cards for this item. Adopt and present a resolution recognizing the 30th anniversary of the Solano Community Foundation and honoring its 3 decades of philanthropic service to Solano County residents. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
I'm so excited to present this to this small but mighty team here in Solano County. Prior to being elected, I worked for the city and county of San Francisco, and my last department was in the mayor's office of housing and community development. And some of the pilot programs that we were able to do in that program or within that department was through the partnership with our local community foundation. Government is sometimes rigid and slow to meet community needs, but with partnerships of community foundations, we are able to get a quick temperature of what's taking place on the ground in our community. So I will start this, I'll read this resolution celebrating the nonprofit of the year and also celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Solano Community Foundation. Whereas the Solano Community Foundation, established in 1996, has served as a trusted philanthropic partner dedicated to strengthening communities and improving quality of life throughout Solano County by connecting people, resources, and ideas to create lasting impact. And whereas Solano Community Foundation advances community well-being through initiatives such as building community muscle, which strengthens nonprofit capacity and collaboration, and Live Solano, Give Solano, which in its inaugural year generated over $110,000 through 709 donations, benefiting 110 nonprofits across Solano County. With its second annual Giving Day scheduled for October 7th, 2026. And through programs including Spark Grants for educators and scholarship programs that award approximately $140,000 annually, many as multi-year awards to support local students. And whereas Solano Community Foundation stewards approximately $14 million in charitable assets, the majority of which are held in endowed funds, and is implementing a forward-looking strategy to grow and diversify its portfolio to ensure long-term sustainability while remaining responsive to evolving community needs. And whereas Solano Community Foundation distributes approximately $530,000 annually in grants and scholarships, reinvesting resources directly into community while continuing to modernize its operations to enhance accessibility, transparency, and efficiency. And whereas Solano Community Foundation operates with a dedicated and resourceful team, demonstrating measurable progress, innovation, and expanded community engagement in recent years, despite a lean staffing model. And whereas in its 30th anniversary year, Solano Community Foundation is expanding its leadership through initiatives such as Solano 100+ Women Who Care, disaster resiliency efforts, growth of its Community Impact Fund, and strengthened partnerships across the public, private, and nonprofit sector, while continuing to elevate community voice and foster cross-sector collaboration. And whereas this milestone anniversary represents both a celebration of Solano Community Foundation's longstanding impact and a renewed commitment to building a more vibrant, equitable, and resilient future for all residents of Solano County. Now therefore be it resolved that the Solano County Board of Supervisors hereby celebrates and honors the Solano Community Foundation on the occasion of its 30th anniversary for its endearing commitment to strengthening Solano County and improving the lives of its residents. And the board commends Solano Community Foundation for its leadership, innovation, and vision, recognizes its roles in cultivating a strong community-based philanthropic ecosystem, and extends its best wishes for continued success as it advances its mission for the years to come. And I'll pass it to the Executive Director, Leslie Yannick.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good morning, Chair Brown and supervisors. I want to thank you. This is very meaningful for this small and mighty team here. We have our Chief Development Officer here, our Controller, Jill Kant, Mike Icomedes, our Grants Managers, so Jennifer Salih is here, and Alejandra Tejano, who is our Live Solano, Give Solano program manager, so that nonprofit outreach program and fundraiser for 24 hours is behind me. And then Josette Lacey, who this chamber knows very well, is our community engagement manager. Did I forget anybody? No. And because it's spring break and the Children's Month, April, we also have children in the room with us. So thank you, Ethan and Sophia, for being in the room with us. And we also are modernizing our systems, and so thank you, Chelsea, for being in chambers. We went live with our new foundation management system, and we're all getting trained this week, which will make the foundation much more accessible to our funders, our grant seekers, and our fund holders. So thank you for that. And I don't need to go over the resolution. It was very comprehensive. Thank you for what we've been involved in the last 30 years. I do want to spend a few minutes talking about what we're looking at in the next chapter. We are intentionally working to diversify those assets. Most of our assets under management are legacy endowment designated funds. And so this team behind me is working really diligently in trying to expand our funds and our assets so that we can be more responsive. And it does help to have supervisors who have been engaged in other areas to know the possibility of a community foundation for Solano County. We are dedicating ourselves to be conveners of multi-sector collaboratives, and we are also working towards that Live Solano, Give Solano. So if you haven't heard about it, please look us up. We are exponentially increasing the nonprofits who are participating. It was very good for my staff to be here and me. We don't get to be in chambers very often, but hearing all of the people that we have been engaging with over the last 2 years in readiness for this, and to hear their stories and know that that's why we come to work every day. That's the whole purpose of our foundation. So we did pass a folder to the county administrator. It's a big green folder. I encourage you to look through it because it does have some impact stories in it for both our Live Solano, Give Solano, our scholarship, which is a big part of our legacy, is the scholarship funds, and also our Spark grants, which are stories about the money that's going directly into the classrooms to help those teachers. And then the other thing is my office is just a couple blocks away. So I'm happy to walk over. I'm happy to receive your staff. We would love to hear more about what's happening in your districts and how you see the foundation being able to support you in ways that we may not know yet. So please come have coffee, come meet me somewhere in the park. Whether it's grant making, bringing partners together, or even serving as a trusted partner in community benefit agreements, it's an important part of the Community Foundation. We're here for that too. Thank you again for your leadership and for the opportunity to keep building the work together.
Okay. Oh, that actually gives me, is my mic on? This mic is on.
To Madam Clerk, do we have any callers or cards for public comment for item number 8?
I have no callers on the line and no cards.
So if you would read that, please.
Receive a presentation from the County Administrator on the selection of Melinda Sandy for Employee of the Month for April 2026.
I just thought we could vote on it. If we don't say yes to Melinda, then you might as well just walk away.
Right. Good morning. Ian Goldberg, I'm the County Administrator. I am honored to be here this morning to recognize Melinda Sandy as our Employee of the Month. Melinda is our budget coordinator. She's the glue that holds our office together. I think every office has somebody like that, and that's definitely Melinda. It is special to be here. When we started to talk about an Employee of the Month in our office, folks unsolicited started to come forward and say it's got to be Melinda, and we all agreed. So I know she's a little shy. She didn't want to do a presentation this morning. We kind of surprised her with it. She wanted the consent calendar, but you can't get away that easy. So, she does an enormous amount of work for us in the budget process, and this time of year, through difficult budget times, having her as part of the team has been really key. We're also working on implementing a new budget software package this year, which has got its own challenges. And Melinda has been just amazing in helping to pull all of that together. So we can't thank her enough. I'm going to let Tammy Lukens, our budget officer, make a few comments as well. And then we'll see if Melinda wants to say thank you.
Good morning, Tammy Lukens, County Budget Officer. So as Ian was saying, Melinda is truly someone who makes our team better. She's consistently friendly and approachable, always taking time to help somebody. You can count on her to be responsive and reliable. She always goes above and beyond, especially during the transition with the new budget software. She is helping people out in the departments understand, learn how to make the budget software work, helping our staff understand how the budget software works. And she has been helpful to me during my transition to the budget officer position. I couldn't have done it without her these last 6 months. So we just appreciate everything she does, and we are lucky to have her on our team.
Well, thank you so much for the recognition and the kind words. Thank you so much. Working with a professional and hardworking people make it very easy to come to work every day. So I'm really appreciative, blessed, and grateful. Thank you.
So, Melinda, just a second. Melinda puts together everything when we're raising funds to beat Contra Costa, which is money for the food bank. She is the guiding light for that. So if no other reason, that's why you should be recognized. You can't hide now. You got to come get pictures. Together if you have a mistake on that. Oh, yes. Yeah, on something.
Besides, you guys get shorter. Because I'm short.
Megan will get it. Megan will get you. I'm not even worried. It is time for us to take public comment. For those of you who are here in person, please complete a speaker card and submit it to the clerk who's on my right. The clerk will call your name. Please come forward to the podium promptly and be ready to speak. For those attending the meeting virtually, please press *3 to raise your hand to alert the clerk if you wish to speak under public comment. The clerk will call out the last 2 digits of your phone number to let you know it is time for you to speak. If you are not present when your name is called, we will move on to the next speaker. Okay.
Michael Eitner.
I'll go first. Good morning. I'm not Michael Eitner. I'm Ian Goldberg. I'm here to introduce Michael Eitner. Mike's our new library director for the county, and we are very excited to have him back with us. Some of you may recognize him from before. He was here a number of years working for the library system, moved down to Alameda, spent some time as a library director down there, and has decided to come back to us, and we are very excited to have him. So we're here to introduce him today. He is well ahead of the curve. He put his own card in for this morning, which I appreciate. He's already been up and done a presentation, so we are moving fast. So welcome back. We are excited to have you as part of the management team, and let you say a few words, sir.
Thank you. Good morning again. I'm thankful and grateful to be back at Solano County and to be the new library director for Solano County Library. The library is a treasured community asset. It is a trusted organization. It is a community anchor. It is a place where people come together, they build community, they meet their neighbors, they learn new skills, they are entertained. It's not hyperbole to say that the library changes people's lives every day. Sometimes we know that we impact those lives when we're working with someone in the adult literacy program and they achieve their goal, they earn their high school diploma. Other times we don't know about that impact. But the reality is that the incredibly dedicated team at the library works every day to ensure that when people walk in, they are welcome, they find what they need, they get the help that they need, they're connected with the resources they need, and they have everything that they need to enrich their lives and to leave a better place. Again, I'm just so grateful and happy to be back, and I look forward to working with all of you. And if you don't use the library, please come check us out. It's an amazing organization. You don't even have to come into the library to use the library. So you can get a library card online. You can use all of our digital resources. It will make your commute better. Or you come in, you can experience all the amazing programs that we have, meet the amazing team that works at the library. We're a pretty cool organization. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carrie Blacklock.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Carrie Blacklock, your county council. I am so pleased to be able to introduce and announce to you our 2 newly appointed chief deputy county councils, Lee Axelrad and Julie Barga. We had a very competitive external recruitment, but it became very clear that our strongest candidates were our 2 internal candidates, these 2. And together they have been serving this county for nearly 40 years. They cover all the subject matters, departments, all the things we do here. I think we're in excellent hands with the 2 of them, and so I want to introduce them to you this morning and let you know that they're on board and already working hard. Say something? Say hello.
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 How are you? Oh, you want to say something?
Sure. We're just so excited. I'm going to speak for you for a moment. We're so excited about this opportunity. And I mean, Lee and I worked together for, well, she said many, many years. And I basically have followed Carrie everywhere. So here I am again. And just thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, we're very happy to have this opportunity to help.
Next speaker is Nick Floy. Did I say it right? Feloy?
Yes, it's Feloy, yes. Thank you. Everybody? Hi again, Nick Feloy from the Public Defender's Office. Been up there 20 years. We've been on strike for a month. I came here last time and talked to you a little bit about the grinding attrition and turnover in the offices, getting younger and younger in the district attorney's and public defender's office, and how hard that has been, and how we've just become the farm team for the other counties in the Bay Area, just training their lawyers for them, and then they take them away when they're ready to go. Clearly, what we've been missing out there on the picket line is puppies. I mean, I'm going to get on the union steward about that because that was a major oversight on our part. There is something worse than being the farm team. There are places you can go, counties in California that you can drive to an hour or two from here, where the public defender's office and the district attorney's office, they exist, they're there, you can walk into them, but they are in essence failed institutions. They are places where the district attorney's office does not, with any competence, protect community safety or even-handedly mete out justice or appropriately serve victims, and where the public defender's office doesn't zealously advocate and doesn't push back with the U.S. Constitution and protect people's civil rights. And Solano County is not one of those places, and we've never been in my career. And we are not that place now, not yet, and I hope we will never be. But this is how you get there when you lose all the institutional memory and the experience over time, and then you just become a place that people are passing through or where they're just collecting a paycheck. So maybe it's time for us to accept being the farm team, or that that's our best and our worst is being the failed institution. But we don't want to do that, and you got to understand that's hard. That's hard for these young people that they're fighting every day to accept that. It's hard for a guy like me who's been here 20 years to accept that and sees what's happening. I think that if that's what we have to accept, that's what we have to accept. But I think you need to understand what it is that we stand to lose, because it wouldn't be so hard to accept if we didn't keep getting brilliant, hardworking young people in the door, and then we just can't hold them because we got nothing to hold them with. I brought somebody with me today who is not only talent that was developed in our office, but she's talent that was born and bred in Solano County. And I think when Mari Bowie gets up here and speak, if you see what in her that I do, because she was the best and brightest I had the opportunity to train in our misdemeanor unit, you'll see that she's someone that Solano County deserves to keep, whether they do or not.
Next speaker is Mary Bowie. Mary or Marie?
It's Mari.
Mari.
Yeah, no worries.
Apologies.
Good morning. My name is Mari Bowie, and I'm a third-generation Solano County resident. My dad went to school just right here at Armio, where he was the first person to have his jersey retired, Jim Bowie. He then went on to play for the Oakland Athletics. And then I grew up here where I was the second class for the dual immersion program. It started at K.I. Jones. We went on to Bigel. I then went on to college. And growing up, I became fluent in Spanish because of the dual immersion program here in Solano County. And I'm one of the only attorneys in my office that can speak directly to my clients without a translator, which is invaluable. In addition to that, when I was growing up, everyone told me I should become an attorney because, well, I used to argue about everything and question everything, so that's kind of what you tell a young girl who likes to fight, what they should be, right? Despite that, I became a lawyer at 23 years old after taking the bar for the first time with my daughter when I was 9 months pregnant because I couldn't get any type of accommodation. And after that, I knew that the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life was be a public defender, and not just a public defender, but a public defender for Solano County, the county that raised me, taught me everything that I know, and that was so good to me and my family. And now I have 2 children who go to school down the street from here, which is amazing because it's just 5 minutes from here if anything ever happens. and they will grow up in Solano County. And I want to give back to that community that will also raise them the same way that it raised me. And it took me a while to start here at the Public Defender's Office. At first, I was doing private criminal defense work, and all they wanted was people's money. I couldn't actually help people. People were selling their cars, putting a second mortgage on their houses, just to not even get representation that they deserved. And when I came here, it was a learning curve. It took me a while to actually learn how to be a good attorney. And now, being here for almost 2 years, I've had 25 jury trials that I've done. And then in addition to that, while being here, I see someone I know every single day, be it a client, a defendant, a witness, a juror, even a possible victim, someone here for support. I've had people cry in my arms in the courtroom because they recognize a familiar face. And it's incredibly hard, but it's also rewarding because that is the reason why I came here and why I want to stay here. But it's getting harder, and for me, it's bigger than a paycheck. I don't want to look my community members in the eye and tell them, right, if someone calls me, this is my attorney from the Public Defender's Office, and tell them, I don't know if you're going to get adequate representation. I don't know. That's really hard, and the moment I feel like that's going to happen, I have to leave this office. And so I've gotten calls from San Francisco, Alameda, Contra Costa, San Joaquin, Yolo. They're calling me constantly. I can easily make more money there, but it doesn't give me the same love and desire that I have here working with my people. But I am a single mom of 2, and I support my whole family. And telling them no was continually getting harder. So I'm asking you to consider that. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Julie Rouston Thomas.
Hello, everybody. I mean, budget negotiations just seem to be nonstop, right? The thing that I am just hearing over and over and over and over again is that county employees are supposed to pay their bills with vibes, with feeling good about their job. Because quite frankly, they do a hard and good job. The woman that just spoke, that breaks my heart. Breaks my heart, because the Public Defender's Office is so freaking important. You guys need to be looking at the budget. How do we make this budget work so that we can actually have employees that stay? Because training them, to have them leave, to train a new person, and have a whole entire department understaffed is unworkable. So, okay, say 50 cents a raise. Come on, guys. But like, when you're looking at your budget, when you're looking at the taxation, when you're looking at how are we paying for things, because gas costs money, more every single day. Food costs money. It costs more every single day. Housing costs money. Like, these are basic necessities that people have to pay for that are constantly more expensive. And to expect these employees to just be broke and satisfied with the job that they're doing, I mean, come on. So I don't know what it takes, and I don't know what long-term solutions that you have, because this right now is unsustainable. I am hearing every single person talking about their livelihood, their ability to pay for their family under attack. And so the county needs to do better for their employees, because quite frankly, most of them live here. And we want them to live here. We want them to care about this county because they live in this county. So just do better, guys.
Next speaker, Lucero Penteja.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Lucero Pantoja. Estoy aquí porque tengo dos, no uno, dos hijos con necesidades especiales. Una niña de 18 años y un niño de 9. Llevo 18 años cambiando pañales y 9 años más con mi niño también. Y quisiera decirles hoy, con toda honestidad, que estamos aquí pidiendo un mejor salario. Estoy hablando no solo por mí, estoy hablando por todas, la mayoría de las personas que somos como 61,000 personas. Y no solo hablo por mí, sino por más de 60,000. Y esta situación no es solo mía, es de todo mi equipo y de todo el staff, de todos nosotros. Gracias.
Spanish interpreter, I'm Maritza Fonseca. I'm speaking for Lucero Pantoja. I'm here because I have two children. One of them is 18 years old, 18? And the other one's 9 years old. I've been changing diapers for 18 years. 18 years. These are my kids that are with special needs, and they require 24/7 needs. It's a whole journey to be here, and I come here every time there's a meeting here to talk about this, and if that's what it takes, so be it. I'm not speaking only for myself. I'm speaking for the over 6,000 people who are in IHSS program, people like me. Please give us a solution to a better salary for families like mine, not the 3 pennies. Thank you.
Last speaker is Nicole Neff.
Hi, I'm not Nicole Neff, but my name is Jessica Lavender, and I'm speaking on behalf of Nicole Neff. Good morning, board. I am an IHSS provider in Solano County. I'm also a proud member of my union, SEIU Local 2015. The care crisis in Solano County is not a distant future. It's happening now. Too many of the elders and community members with disabilities are going without care they need because low wages are driving a shortage of caregivers. That means people falling and not having someone there to help them up, people missing their medications and their meals, people forced out of their homes into costly institutions. Meeting after meeting, you have heard how IHSS wages are way too low to sustain even the most basic cost of living needs in this county. We feel that our voices have not been heard and our concerns are not being taken seriously. Now I want to speak directly to my own supervisor, Mitch Mashburn, who is not here today. Supervisor Mashburn, I am a constituent. Yes, that. Of your district, and I am beyond disappointed. You and I have met personally on December 1st, 2025. I shared with you my struggles as an IHSS provider in your district. You seem to care and you seem to show real compassion and empathy to the struggles of our constituents. That word that you know that I'm talking about. You agreed that even if we were receiving $25, we still would not be making enough to cover most basic necessities to survive in this county. Yet, you have shown the words you shared with me were just words. You have continued to deprioritize and delay our contract. Based on our very own research conducted by 2015, we know that this county has the financial ability to pay care workers more than what is being offered, and 50 cents will not cut it. At this very moment, the caregivers are leaving Solano County for nearby counties that pay IHSS workers a higher wage. People who would be great care providers are seeking work in other industries with higher pay. People who are doing the same work as us in other areas are getting paid what they deserve. YOLO Yolo County, $19.05. Napa County, $20.90. And Contra Costa, $20.03. Our county is facing a growing care crisis where seniors and people with disabilities are struggling to find caregivers because we don't earn enough to provide for ourselves and our family. We need you to do your job as our supervisor. We need your attention on this issue immediately. Bargain in good faith. Help and solve this care crisis in Solano so even you can have care when the time comes. Thank you.
Anybody on? Okay, so thank you. Okay, Ian, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, Chair, no additions or deletions.
All right, so may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
All right, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
I have no cards and no callers on the line.
To my colleagues, anybody on the consent calendar, anything to talk about or possibly pull it? Please.
Just a comment. I know today was a proclamation heavy day, but there items 17 and 18, just a resolution recognizing April 19th through 25th as National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and a resolution recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. And I know a lot of people personally and some folks in our community who have survived either like police violence, live in community fighting, street violence, and know too many people who have survived sexual assault. So just wanted to validate that the experiences are real, the feelings are valid, and folks' courage matters. So, and just wanted to uplift that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no problem. Anybody else? Okay. So, no, is there any public comment on consent? Okay, so we can keep moving through. So, I get to have a, is there a hand? Am I missing something? Oh, I heard chair, so sorry. Oh, okay. All right, so that world out there, it was the ghost, it was the ghost of Mitch. Thank you. So, sorry, I apologize. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar on items 9 through 19?
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
All righty. Okay, so, Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item number 20. If you would read that title, please, or actually read it, sorry, my bad.
Adopt a resolution accepting the tentative agreement with the Teamsters Union Local Number 856 regarding Unit 14 Correctional Supervisors for a successor memorandum of understanding for the term April 7, 2026 through October 28, 2028. Approve side letter agreements to the memorandum of understanding to be entered into with the Teamsters Local Number 856 regarding Unit 14 concerning base wage increase reopener, pay parity, concealed carry weapons training, and classification study. Direct the Director of Human Resources to prepare a separate memorandum of understanding consistent with each of the tentative agreements and obtain the signatures of the relevant signatories for L856 and delegate authority to the County Administrative Officer or Director of Human Resources to execute the final memorandum of understanding and make technical and non-substantive adjustments.
So since I see a person from the staff, I'm assuming you're going to talk to us about some sort of presentation of what we just were told?
Yes, a very short one. Good morning, Chair Brown, Supervisor Williams, and Supervisor James. Nigel Edwards, Human Resources Director for Solano County. I am happy to report that the county has met and conferred with Unit 14, which is represented by Local 856 Correctional Supervisors. And this unit has now ratified their tentative agreement. As part of that agreement, it also includes pay parity side letters with respect to COLA, as well as an additional lump sum cash that was offered to other units who have closed, inclusive of the terms of those offers. It is our recommendation that the Board of Supervisors approve the successive MOU along with the side letters for Unit 14 with the term of April 7th of 2026 through October 28th of 2028.
Okay, so board members, any questions, comments? Okay, sounds, I have no issues with that. Is there any public comment before we do a motion? All right.
No callers on the line and no cards.
Sounds, okay, so it sounds like I have a motion, sounds like I have a second. So it was sitting there and didn't move this time. Okay, there we go, just teasing.
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item, agenda number 21.
Receive a presentation on Solano County's radio interoperability and public safety communication system. Approve the public communication system licensing revenue agreements with the cities of Vallejo and Benicia. Accept $1,031,000 in federal community project funding administered through the U.S. Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services Office Technology and Equipment Program, and delegate authority to the county administrator to execute the licensing agreements and any subsequent amendments with county council concurrence and any required applications, agreements, and documents related to federal community project funding.
So now I have 3 people in front of me. I'm just getting blessed every day. So who gets to speak first?
I'll go ahead and start.
All right, Tim, go for it. Nope.
Getting there, I was bringing up.
Oh, sorry,
thank
okay,
you.
yeah.
Sorry.
And that's okay, because all right, we're good. So there's the
Okay,
presentation.
well, good morning, Chair Brown, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. I am joined here today with Stuart Bruce, our Regional Services IT Manager, and Matthew Higdon, our Public Safety Radio Manager. We're here to give you an update on the public safety radio solutions we have in the county, the progress we've made to date, also to forecast some future plans and give you an opportunity to weigh in on those. Your board has been very supportive of public safety radio and radio interoperability over the years, and I would like to take just a moment to special acknowledgement to Supervisor Vasquez for his decades-long persistence on this particular topic and commend him for his work on this. His district representatives would probably tell me that he's more interested in progress than accolades, but today we can offer him both. So
That was very sweet.
there we go. Okay, so here's the plan for today. We're here first to give you a reminder of the recent history of the radio system, the projects that we've had to date, and how those projects stitch together, followed by a quick status update on the progress we've made in the South County for building out the P25, the modern digital radio system that covers Benicia and Vallejo areas, forecast what our plans are for the future, and finally talk about the budget and funding sources for the next phase and what we'd like to do to make sure this system keeps going for the long haul. And for the next few slides, I'm going to pass this over to Stuart and Matt, and we'll come back to me when it comes time to talk about budget.
Well, thank you for hearing our presentation today.
Speak a little bit louder. Yeah, because we need everybody to hear this.
Right. Well, thank you for hearing our presentation today. I thought I'd start with a brief overview of our public safety communication system. At the heart of our system is what we call the Motorola Core. It's really the brains of the public safety communication systems. All communications goes to the core and it actually routes it to where it needs to go. The next big component of our radio system, we actually have 15 communication tower sites scattered throughout the county and actually in some neighboring counties. And along with those tower sites, we are responsible for maintaining the roads, the shelters, the generators, security of the sites, as well as the cooling. We take leases and basically maintaining the equipment. So that's a lot of sites scattered around the county. Going with those towers, in Solano County, we actually have 6 dispatch centers. The county has the largest one with 12 consoles, but also Fairfield, Vacaville, Sassoon City, Benicia, and Vallejo also have dispatch centers. After that, across the county, we have close to 4,000 subscriber radios that are used by police, by fire, by the fire districts, also used by the 4 jails that we have as well. So it's quite a lot of radios. And then supporting all that, we have actual engineers that we work with on contract. Your board approved a new contract with Banyan Engineering a few months ago, supporting our expansion. And we also have maintenance and service upgrade agreements with Motorola. And I do want to point out today, we do have Blake Cheney in the back, who's our Motorola representative, giving us fine service to support our public safety communications. Now, supporting everything that I showed there is our public safety communications department, and a very important piece, the people behind all this technology that keeps everything working. And I'm going to turn it over to Matt, who's going to narrate a short video on the department. But when you're ready to start, you'll let Alicia know and she'll start the second.
I'm Matt Higdon, the manager for the Public Safety Communications Division of Do It for Solano County. I'm very proud to be here and honored to address the board for the very first time. Please be gentle with me. Not my forte here. But so basically what Stu was talking about there, we're going to give you a little bit of a short, sort of rapid fire visual of sort of what life is like at PSC. And I'll just sort of call it the highlights, and because it's.
Just be very careful when you start using those acronyms, because that I had no idea what that just meant.
Public Safety Communications. We're
Okay.
trying to socialize the PSC moniker, right? Yeah, for
Okay,
sure.
thank you.
Okay. So we'll start with another acronym, or with our ECU. Well, this is Mount Vaca. We have a emergency communications unit that we deploy throughout the county. Some of our staff troubleshooting. We support the fire and law enforcement, first responders, as well as others. That's our core that we originally built back in Motorola. Some of our site hardening. Here was a response by multiple law enforcements for a trespassing incident we had at a site. Dramatic lighting, courtesy of the CHP helicopter. There's our guys up on a tower. We are involved with some SAR exercises annually, where our ECU is deployed. There's a briefing for that. Interference hunting is a big part of our mission. And as Stu has mentioned, we have 15 tower sites. We cover about 902 square miles in the county, over 40 license frequencies across all bands, the 6 PSAP centers, with about 44 dispatch consoles apiece. And I think we're over 4,000 radios deployed now for various first responders. We are 5 staff with over 80 years of experience combined, and our primary mission is to keep everybody on the air 24/7, 365. This is our new shelter, our latest project in Benicia as part of the South County expansion project, being delivered and lifted into place. Senator Dodd touring our ECU. And then just a rapid fire of some of our more current sites here, courtesy of GIS aerial drone photography. Cement Hill, Benicia again. It's Red Top. That's our site in Contra Costa, and our current site at Benicia as it looks today, and a beautiful sunrise over Mount Vaca. So it's kind of what we get to do in the field. We're lucky enough, our small team gets to, we're not cooped up in an office all day, so we get to get out to see some really beautiful locations and take care of our first responders and the citizens of the county. Thanks for accepting the presentation.
I like the pictures.
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you, Matt.
It's kind of like, why am I stuck here? Anyway, so.
You're free to contact ourselves. We'll take you out for a site tour anytime. Absolutely.
That would be
100%.
fun.
As
I'd
long
like
as you don't
that.
get motion sickness on some of the roads that are a little windy. But.
I did want to point out too that your board did accept that picture of Senator Dodd, who's now retired. He did help the state, help the county get a $2.75 million state earmark.
Oh, that's right.
And then the other one that's up for the board is Congressman Garamendi assisted us with the federal earmark, which we recently got, which you're going to accept today.
Wait a minute, did we get approval on that?
One of your actions today is to accept that award.
Okay, but it came through, we just have to say the papal blessing. Oh, that's fantastic. I had no idea. I must have misreading that paragraph. Okay.
We're very appreciative of that kind of support.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
All right, so I wanted to go over a little bit of the interoperability timeline, and actually it was nice that Tim mentioned Mr. Supervisor Vasquez, because I actually watched a board hearing from, I want to say it was 2009, when was talking about this regional radio system. But actually, prior to 2020, we had a conventional system, VHF conventional radio. In 2020, Benicia came on actually first with the Brixa, and then in 2020, the P25 for Fairfield, Vacaville, and Sassoon City came on. The county supplied that M2 core, kind of the brains of the of the communication system. In 2022, Vallejo and Benicia started using the East Bay Regional, and again, a little mistake on the slide, Benicia actually started in 2018. And then in 2026, our current project in Vallejo and Benicia will go live this summer. We're hoping that we'll go live in June, is our anticipated milestone schedule. So far, everything's looking pretty good. And then we're going to be talking today about our phase 2 project, which we're hoping to go live in 2028. So that's kind of the timeline of public safety communications in Solano County. So next I want to show you, these are some basic maps. This map here shows the existing P25 coverage, doing a very good job of covering Vacaville, Fairfield, Sassoon City, some of the unincorporated. It does cover Dixon fairly well. And then our phase 1 expansion, you can see in the different sort of lighter green color, that's going to bring Vallejo and Benicia into coverage of our P25, so we're all in the same system. And then phase 2, which we're going to talk about today, this will bring in pretty much the rest of the county, all unincorporated. It actually gives us better coverage in Dixon. The only parts that wouldn't be covered were some of the remote areas in Upper Pleasance Valley, kind of the mountainous hilly area. But this will allow everyone in the county to be on the one single P25 system. And I'll turn it back over to you, Tim.
Okay, thank you. So I want to start this slide by being clear that we are not here seeking budget authority or contracting authority for these costs. These are budgetary estimates in order to forecast when we return to your board, understanding where we're coming from. So these budget estimates, however, are really good estimates in order of magnitude of where we expect these costs to be and where we would expect them to land. Later this summer, we're planning to come back to your board with an actionable contract with Motorola for phase 2 to build out what you just saw on the previous slide and the pink shading. In order for this new equipment to connect, we will need 2 new tower sites in Dixon and Rio Vista, potentially improvements at a 3rd tower site to support this equipment. And finally, similar to constructing a home, we will need an engineer to architect the total design to make sure that it meets the county's needs as well, for a total cost of roughly $10 million as our current estimate. And so for the phase 2 funding, we do believe we have identified funding sources to match that $10 million. We're starting with one-time funds from an ARPA rollover and the $1 million federal earmark that we're set to receive or authorized today. Followed by, we have, the CAO's office has been holding money back into a technology reserve fund for major capital projects such as this, which we would be able to draw down upon with your approval. Further, we expect significant savings from decommissioning the legacy VHF system over time, which will help pay for this system. Okay. We'd like to note that there is a lease-to-own option with Motorola, which would help smooth out the costs over time. This does, of course, come with the downside of having an increased net county cost because of the interest payments that would come with it. And we would expect to come back to your board with our contract for Motorola with a more detailed plan and proposal
for the purchase and lease option, to give you those choices as to whether we want to expend funds immediately or over time, and the pros and cons of those choices that would come with it. So, one of our key assumptions for this funding source here is in the decommissioning of VHF, this legacy system where we would achieve significant cost savings and be able to apply those funds towards the P25 solution. As part of that decommissioning, we would expect to reserve that working equipment today, hold that into reserve so that the VH system could be repaired over time with the spare equipment. So we would not incur new costs to repair the VHF system. We could simply use the old system that was used as spares and replacement parts over time. And we would, of course, pledge we would not be decommissioning the VHF system until the P25 system was fully operable. The idea here of decommissioning VHF is really under the theory that we only want to pay for one radio system at a time for the county. So the cost we've presented for you so far is to build out the infrastructure for the system for it to work. There are, of course, user costs as well. As Stuart mentioned before, there are subscriber radios in the realm of 4,000 for the county. Around 1,500 of those are designated for Solano County, and imagine those are the hand units that sheriff deputies, probation officers use. They're also the units that are installed in vehicles. And those are expensive items that do need replacement. They have an approximately 10-year lifespan. As you can see from the chart, these are when we would expect these replacements to come due, and we are working with our CIO office as well to come up with plans and theories of how we could smooth these costs out over time so that we don't suffer the budgetary shocks that you see illustrated in that chart, and where we have a smoother cost and more predictable costs over time. Further, the dispatch consoles previously mentioned also have an expected useful life and would need to be replaced no later than 2032. At the cost you can foresee there on the screen of $1.5 million. Noting that all of these costs are in today's dollars, and that we don't yet have the crystal ball to forecast inflation or market forces, but these are an expression of what we would expect this to cost if we were to purchase this stuff today. In a few years, these costs will be different. Whether they go up or down, time will tell. So some of our next steps here is to develop a regional governance plan in partnership with our cities and the users to make sure that we're all in agreement of how we're going to maintain this system over time, how we're going to agree to improvements, and equally importantly, the total cost of ownership plan, making sure we fully express what it costs to run, maintain, and upgrade this system over time so that we can enter into cost-sharing agreements with cities to make sure that they're paying their fair share and we're making sure that we're maintaining the system into the future. Recognizing this has been a multi-decade effort to get here. It will be existing for multiple decades after. And the staff you see before us here today, we want to make sure that we're setting this plan up for the long term so that we can get this set and then working for years and years to come. So one of the things we need to return to your board with is a Rio Vista and Dixon site agreements to build new towers there and the radio facilities there. Further, we have a service agreement with Motorola to maintain the South County cell sites that we have right now coming up. Noting these will be revenue supported from the radio service agreements we have from Vallejo and Benicia, so the net county costs will be revenue supported by those groups. And then finally coming back to your board later this summer with the Phase 2 contract with Motorola to complete the build out for that previously shaded pink map agreement. So that's what we have for you today. We're here for questions, comments, and then you can see in the last slide, these are the recommendations we have. We have the recommendations we have for today as part of our board item, seeking your approval for those three items, the licensing agreements with Benicia and Vallejo, noting one of those has already been ratified by the City of Vallejo about a month ago. City of Benicia is expected to ratify their service agreement tonight. So we are on track for that. Then further to accept the federal earmark that we've previously forecast. And then finally, authorizing the county administrator to sign the licensing agreements and any administrative agreements that happen afterwards as well, related to these projects.
So to my colleagues, I just have a quick question and then I'll come up and down. So what will this do? In other words, we know where we are right now. We're spending all this money. What will that do for us in terms of the county? What's the ultimate goal?
The goal, as previously expressed, was to have a radio system where you have one radio that can communicate to any other radio across the entire region.
So, yeah.
In theory, not in theory, it just depends on the future development. Once this system is live, we would have the ability to integrate this system with our neighboring counties as well, so that those radios would have true interoperability and be able to talk on the same radio, the same talk group, the same people, ranging all the way from Sacramento to San Francisco, should the need arise.
So if we have another LNU, that's basically the intent, is so that we were able to have communication with everybody that we need to make sure that our citizens stay healthy and safe and all that kind of stuff, right? I mean, that's the ultimate goal.
If a different group of first responders would come in, we could either offer them radios that work on our system or program there so they could work on our system.
Okay, great. All right, anybody? Yeah, please go right ahead.
Last night, I attended a public safety meeting with VPD and the Solano Sheriff, and they mentioned the radio systems and how they were struggling through being on different systems. And I also heard that you said this will go live in June. Will that impact that relationship or the radio system relationship that they have with each other? And will there be any delays like to that as we're merging to the P25?
P25, yeah.
P25, excuse me.
It's another acronym, but it's the national standard, developed standard for radio solutions in this modern age. So, yeah, what you probably heard was the struggles that those groups, Benicia and Vallejo, have being on a different radio system. They're using the East Bay regional system that's hosted by Contra Costa Alameda County because they're just across the water there, and we didn't have a solution built for them. So they don't have true interoperability. They've got workarounds where they can talk back and forth between our radio system and theirs, but it does create friction being on a different radio system. Once we go live, Benicia and Vallejo and the sheriff will all be on the same radio system. We will be able to have them commingle and share talk groups and be able to communicate more easily with each other, yes.
And just one more question. It's a lot of technical terms, and this is not my wheelhouse. So I was reading the contract, and I saw the annual fee for Vallejo and Benicia. So is that like per radio rate? And would that be the same amongst all the cities? Because I see that we have the different phases.
So that's a really good question, and that's part of our total cost of ownership analysis and the ultimate licensing agreements we have. The agreement we came to with Benicia and Vallejo as part of the South County's build-out was for them to pay for the radio system at the same rate that they're paying to Abrixa today. So they currently pay I believe it's $49 per radio per month to access the Abrixa radio system. And so we offered them the same deal to say, come to us, we're going to give you a five-year agreement. It's a 5-year agreement? A five-year agreement, a fixed fee right there. Our costs do not increase over that 5 years, so we're expecting to be revenue covered for that period of time. And then when these agreements expire, roughly 2031, 2032, depending on the agreements, the goal is to get all of the agreements with Vacaville, Fairfield, Solano County, and the South County agreements to all merge into one master agreement with Motorola that we can then share costs across the county. At this point in time, we can't forecast what the total per radio costs will be, but the goal is to all be paying into a same and fair and equitable agreement.
No, all good questions. And that reminds me why I need to go to their meeting tonight. Anything? No. Okay. So to our Motorola guy, thank you, right? Glad you guys are with us. To the group right here, thank you. I know this has been arduous. To staff on this side over here, I'm trying to hit everybody. It's a lot. Just remember that, I love what's saying wheelhouse. Just remember when you talk about an acronym, is who else is going to be reading it, and what can I do to make sure that Monica understands?
It's our goal to create a complete sentence with nothing but acronyms.
I thought you were already doing that now, Tim. So this is great. All right, so it appears on page 13 of the slide that we might need something from somebody. Yes. So do we need to read it, or can we just assume we can say page 13 and it's been properly moved and seconded?
You had a preference last time. I'm fine. Okay, you can say just move the recommended actions.
Okay. And it's been moved and seconded, so we just need to vote.
So ordered by a vote of 3-0.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm excited. It's great. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, if you could read the item title, I believe we're on 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Receive a presentation from First Five Solano Children and Families Commission regarding the Rise Vallejo Early Education and Community Resource Center project and its impact on expanding early learning and family support opportunities for children and families in Vallejo and in Solano County.
So for all of you who've been waiting for this, I figured you would still stay here no matter how long it took us to get through everything. Thank you, all three of you, and who else might be coming down. So thank you for that. Okay, so presentation. Who gets to speak first? All right, go for it.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the board. I'm Michelle Harris, Executive Director, First Five Solano. Joining me today is Lisette Estrella Henderson, the Chair of our First Five Solano Commission, and Juan Cisneros, Executive Director of Child Start. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. We're here to tell you about the Rise Vallejo Early Education and Community Resource Center, which is an innovative program focused on expanding access to childcare and preschool for children in Solano County. This effort was completed through a collaboration between the First Five Solano Children and Families Commission, Child Start, and the County Office of Education. So the highline message here is that we collectively have transformed a shuttered elementary school into an early learning campus. And so we're happy to be here today to tell you about this effort. So, how did First Five Solano become involved in the Early Learning Center project? Well, you might recall you had 2 Head Start classrooms located on your Vallejo County campus off Tuolumne on Virginia Street, and they needed to be relocated.
Yep.
Child Start, the agency that operates our local Head Start programs, they were occupying the site and had been searching for a suitable relocation site for over 10 years. So the county administrator's office reached out to First Five Solano to help identify a solution. This request aligned with findings from a First Five Solano child care study done back in 2018, which identified the lack of appropriate facilities as the #1 barrier preventing child care expansion in Solano County. So because of this, First Five Solano was already aware of the difficulties Child Start and other providers faced in our community, making this partnership both timely and mission aligned. So First Five Solano pursued multiple avenues to search for a site, including working with a real estate agent, contacting the city, and talking with the school district in Vallejo about available classrooms on any of their active campuses. The school district shared they did not have any singular classrooms available, but they did have an entire school with 18 classrooms that were available. So we formed a collaborative and began discussing this as an option, knowing that there is a significant gap in available childcare in the county, and said, why not? Conversion of an entire school is a big risk, but big reward if we can pull it off. So we formed a leadership team to explore whether transforming the site into an early learning campus was truly feasible. One of the early steps we took was hiring a project manager to oversee the renovation process and coordinate the work among the various partners involved. Over the course of this project, we ran into some very real challenges along the way. The school was originally designed for older children, not infants and preschoolers, which meant major renovations were needed to meet childcare licensing and safety standards. And let me just say, if I never have to talk about tiny toilets again, I will be perfectly happy.
And they are. When I went through,
they are.
You forget that they're not as tall as your ankle. I mean,
But throughout the process, the leadership team stayed committed. Every time a challenge came up, the team sat down together and worked through it until a solution emerged. At the beginning of the project, the team made an agreement that we would just keep moving forward until we got to no. 5 years later, that no never came, and instead it became Rise Vallejo, our early learning center. Your county building on Virginia Street has been emptied, finally, and those children are currently attending school right now at our new site.
Yeah, somebody let that out.
Yeah, I saw you steal that thunder, Juan. That's all right. So I am happy to hand this presentation off to Juan Cisneros, Executive Director of Child Start and wonderful partner. They are the agency that are operating Rise Vallejo ELC, and they're going to tell you more about our site.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Yes, handing off the clicker. Thank you.
Which way to advance? Middle. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk more about the details of the property as well as some of the, thank you, the design aspects, including the tiny toilets that we just talked about. Just so that you know a little bit about the property itself, the Rise Vallejo Center is located at 1450 Coronel Avenue in Vallejo, and it sits on a 6.64 acre campus. The facility includes 18 classrooms and is operated by Child Start. We are the owner, thanks to you, the primary site operator, and an early care and education provider at the center as well. Working with Michelle and the fabulous First Five team, as well as Lisette and the wonderful Solano County Office of Education team, we picked this property very intentionally. It was chosen because it's located in an under-resourced neighborhood where access to high-quality early learning opportunities have historically been limited. This location was selected based on disparities data and community need. And just so you know a little bit more about the general facilities and operations model, Child Start manages the overall facility operations, including the utilities, janitorial services, landscaping, maintenance, administrative support, and general facility management. The costs for doing so are aggregated and distributed across the 18 classrooms on a prorated basis. Basically, what that means is that for participating providers, this essentially functions as a shared operating cost, where we're not charging for rent per se, but each provider operating classrooms pays their share of operating cost. Currently, there are 5 providers, including Child Start, who are contracted to provide childcare at the center, with each taking 2 to 3 classrooms on average. In terms of leadership, a leadership team is made up of participating providers as well as the leadership team at the site. They meet focusing on operational issues, reviewing program data, and evaluating future opportunities for the campus. This is truly a collaborative structure and process that supports continuous improvement and long-term sustainability of the model. So what you see here is an aerial view of the Rise Vallejo Early Education and Community Resource Center. If you look closely, you'll see that the layout kind of looks like a hand, with the left wing being the pinky and the thumb being the wing that sort of extends out. You'll see that the wings extend out from the central corridor. Each of these wings contains classrooms with direct access to outdoor play areas. And this layout works extremely well for an early learning campus because it allows multiple providers to operate simultaneously while maintaining safe and organized spaces for children. The design also allows the outdoor spaces to be used throughout the day so that children have regular access to outdoor learning environments without overcrowding the playgrounds. Something that's important to share is that there are key differences between an elementary school design as well as an early childhood design. And a lot of it relates with the teacher to student ratio and licensing requirements. In a traditional elementary school, or classroom, a teacher may be responsible for around 30 students. In early childhood education, however, the ratios are much smaller, and often one teacher is there for 8 to 12 children, depending on the age of children. Children in early education classrooms must have direct access to restrooms, play space, and supervision areas. Another important feature is the parking lot. Unlike elementary children, parents must park their vehicles and escort their children to their classrooms, signing them in and out each day. The parking lot, which you can't quite see here, but it's to the left of the pinky, the parking lot was designed with enough parking stalls to allow for families to safely park, keeping vehicle traffic separate from human traffic and also away from children's activity areas. Now, because of more stringent licensing and supervision requirements, the layout of the campus had to be carefully reimagined to support early childhood operations rather than just simply using the old elementary school design. Before construction even began, the leadership team spent nearly 18 months in planning what this was going to look like. We worked on designs to meet licensing requirements, address safety concerns, provide flexible classrooms, and sufficient outdoor play areas, as well as ensure that there was controlled traffic circulation, parking lot safety, and reasonable operational logistics. That planning effort was critical to ensuring that the campus would function effectively for providers, teachers, and families throughout the entire day, from morning drop-off to afternoon pickup. Today, that thoughtful planning allows the facility to operate as a shared early learning campus serving multiple providers while maintaining a safe, child-centered environment. This slide shows what the former Beverly Hills Elementary School looked like before renovation began. While the structure of the building was still solid, much of the exterior and infrastructure were dated and in need of significant modernization. On the exterior, you can see the original railings and walkway systems, which were designed decades ago. You can also see that because they were designed decades ago, that this no longer is aligned with modern safety expectations or the needs of an early childhood campus. Inside the building, the layout reflected a traditional elementary school design with closed-off administrative areas and compartmentalized spaces. That type of layout, does not support the welcoming, open environment we want for young children and families and community partners. The classrooms themselves also presented challenges. Although they were large spaces, they were dark and outdated, and they simply were not designed for early childhood learning environments. Early education classrooms require brighter spaces, flexible layouts, and campus infrastructure, including restrooms, ventilation, lighting, and outdoor access. And what's currently there, unfortunately, did not meet modern child care licensing requirements, which meant substantial redesign was necessary. So despite these challenges, what the leadership team saw was potential. We saw an opportunity to reimagine the entire site as a shared early learning campus that would serve hundreds of children and families each year. What you are seeing here in these pictures basically represents the starting point before the transformation began, and it really highlights the scale of the work that was required to create the Rise Vallejo Center. These are some pictures that show what it looked like during construction. One of the first meaningful moments in this transformation was the removal of the old Beverly Hills Elementary School signage. While it was a simple act, it symbolized something much larger: the closing of one chapter for the building and the beginning of another. What was once a shuttered school is now being reimagined as a place filled with life, learning, and opportunity for young children and their families in Vallejo. As construction moved forward, significant improvements were made to the building. This included installing new windows and upgraded insulation, which will dramatically improve energy efficiency, natural lighting, and overall comfort inside the classrooms. On the outside, the team had to excavate and remove the existing play structures and portions of the old parking areas so that the site could be redesigned to meet the needs of an early childhood campus. This allowed for the installation of new playgrounds, safer parking areas, and updated outdoor learning environments. You can also see examples of the preparation work on the exterior walls where sections of the building were opened and reinforced to accommodate new systems and improvements. During construction, we also discovered just how old some of the infrastructure was. In fact, the main water pipe serving the site had a stamped date of 1913.
Did you guys keep that? Because that would be cool.
Did we keep it? I don't know. I'll ask. I doubt it. I think it had lead on it.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's funny, though. Yeah.
That basically highlights the scale of modernization that was necessary to bring the facility up to current standards. All of this work represented the foundation phase of the project, addressing decades-old infrastructure and preparing the site for the full renovation that would follow. So moving on to renovations, major renovations were required to transform the former elementary school into a licensed early education center. As we mentioned earlier, the building was originally designed for older students, so significant upgrades were needed to meet modern safety standards, early childhood licensing requirements, and operational needs. One of the largest investments in the project was the replacement of the roofing systems across the entire campus. In addition to the roofing work, the project required complete replacement of the HVAC systems to ensure proper ventilation, temperature control, and healthy indoor air quality for young children and staff. Inside the classrooms, new plumbing had to be installed to support age-appropriate bathrooms, there go the toilets, including child-sized fixtures and diapering areas that meet early childhood licensing standards. Outside, we removed the old portable classrooms, redesigned the parking layout to improve traffic flow and safety, and installed new playground structures appropriate for infants, toddlers, and preschool-aged children. Renovating for safety was a major priority for us. New fencing was installed around outdoor play areas to ensure secure and appropriate environments for children. We also upgraded a number of shared spaces across the campus, including the laundry facility, multipurpose room, and adult restrooms, which support the daily operations of multiple providers working on site. The project also included ADA accessibility improvements, ensuring that the facility meets current accessibility standards for children, families, and staff. Finally, the campus will include a new library and a STEAM lab, creating opportunities for children to explore reading, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math in engaging ways. Altogether, these renovations transformed an aging shuttered school into a modern early learning campus designed specifically for young children and the providers who serve them.
Do you need some water?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
In this slide, you can see the design for one of the classrooms, which we like to term flexible classrooms. When we started looking at the classrooms, one of our main goals was to make them flexible enough to support a full range of children ages 0 to 5. That meant we couldn't do just a light renovation. We had to completely rethink how the classrooms function for early childhood education. Each classroom was redesigned from the ground up to create functional, flexible learning environments for infants, toddlers, and preschool-age children. Inside the classrooms, we installed all new finishes, flooring, ceiling, lighting, and cabinetry. Materials were intentionally chosen to be durable, easy to clean, and appropriate for environments where very young children spend their day learning and playing. Each classroom also includes a small food service area with cabinetry, a sink, refrigerator, hot box, Instahot, and microwave. This design allows providers to safely manage meals, snacks, and classroom supplies right inside the classroom. Now, one of the biggest upgrades, and honestly one of the biggest challenges, was the bathrooms. Elementary schools typically have large restrooms down the hallway, usually separated by boys and girls. That works for older kids, but for infants and preschoolers, that simply doesn't work. Young children need constant supervision, and licensing ratios don't allow teachers to walk kids down the hall every time a child needs to use the restroom. So every classroom had to be rebuilt with its own restrooms, including 2 child-sized toilets and diaper changing areas. And let me tell you, installing plumbing, meeting ADA accessibility requirements, and fitting all of that into existing classrooms turned out to be far more complicated and expensive than we originally expected. But those upgrades were essential to meet childcare licensing standards, building codes, and accessibility requirements. These upgrades ensured that the classrooms can truly function as and accommodate early childhood programs. We also added tack boards near the classroom entrances for communication with families, secondary exits for safety and emergency egress, and new window coverings and lighting to make the classrooms brighter and more welcoming. So while these spaces may look simple, there was actually a tremendous amount of redesign, engineering, and investment required to transform traditional elementary school classrooms into spaces that truly work for young children and the providers who care for them. And the result is a campus with flexible, modern classrooms that can support high-quality, early learning programs for decades to come. So here are some pictures of what it looks like now. You can see the classroom layout with the cabinetry and the small food service area that allows providers to manage snacks and meals right in the classroom. You'll see the 2 tiny toilets that we mentioned earlier. I keep saying that, huh? What you don't see in the picture are some of the operational systems throughout the campus, things like bulletin boards for classroom communication, the intercom and communication system, and the fire control panels and the HVAC controls. Now, speaking of the intercom system, I have to say this is probably one of the funnest part of the entire redesign. And the reason why is because it keeps the campus, it allows the campus to stay connected basically with everyone. For example, the site manager might one day say, hey, today is Miss Cassandra's birthday. Let's wish her a happy birthday. Or maybe tomorrow, the site manager will say, hi everyone, Miss Monica will be visiting, so let's welcome her when she does. Or the site
You
manager
have my
might
vote
tell-
anyway if we were voting.
Or the site manager might say, everyone, tomorrow, Miss Wanda is going to sing You Are My Sunshine to go along with our theme and sunny logo. Clearly, needless to say, we're excited about an intercom system that connects us all because it helps create that sense of community across the entire campus. Together, all of these improvements ensure that the facility is not only welcoming and engaging for children, but also safe, efficient, and fully equipped to support the early learning providers and families who will be there every single day. Moving on to the playgrounds. Keep it in mind that play is the work of the child and children learn through play. We intentionally designed the site to include a total of 9 age-appropriate playground spaces across the entire facility. Safety was a primary consideration in each design. Each play area is fully enclosed with 4-foot fencing, creating secure environments where children can play and explore safely while still allowing clear supervision by teachers and staff. The playgrounds include a mix of real grass and artificial turf surfaces. This combination actually allows children to experience natural outdoor environments while also providing durable but safe surfaces that can handle daily use and varying weather conditions. Several areas also include water and sand play tables, which are important elements in early childhood learning. These types of sensory play activities help support children's development in areas such as fine motor skills, creativity, and early science exploration. Again, we had playgrounds that were intentionally designed for infants and toddlers, as well as preschool age children. The design preserved and incorporated trees across the site, providing natural shade and a more welcoming outdoor environment for children. The trees will take some time to grow. They are young trees at this time. So for now, additional shade will be artificially supplied. These playground spaces create safe, engaging outdoor environments that support physical activity, exploration, and early childhood development throughout the day. So, now that the facility has just opened, A big focus has been making sure we have the right people and the right providers in place to successfully operate the school. First, on the staffing side, we have hired a site manager that's been on staff now for several months. While on staff, she has developed policies and procedures for the facility, coordinating regular meetings with partners, helping to hire key staff, and working closely with providers on their occupancy agreements and readiness to move into the classrooms. We've also hired a family navigator who will serve as an important connection point for families, helping them access services, resources, and support both within the center and throughout the community. And of course, a facility of this size also requires strong operational support. So we hired 2 facilities maintenance, janitorial, and groundskeeping staff to keep the campus nicely manicured and running smoothly. On the provider side, the leadership team developed a structured multi-step provider selection process to ensure that the organizations operating here are prepared to deliver high-quality early learning services. Providers were assessed using a readiness rubric and asked to present their business plan, instructional approach, and operational readiness. They also had to demonstrate plans for staffing, enrolling children, meeting licensing requirements, and also being able to open within the timeline we needed to open the entire classroom or center. Through this process, 4 additional providers have been chosen: Joyful Journeys, Circle of Friends, A Place to Grow, and Little Dream Chasers Academy. They are currently working through the final steps, including finalizing their occupancy agreements, completing licensing with the state, hiring staff, enrolling children, and coordinating opening timelines with the leadership team. So finally, an important part in this is our partnership with Solano County Office of Education. Solano County Office of Education will have staff working directly with providers offering coaching, professional development, and child behavioral and mental health supports. This partnership ensures that providers operating at Rise Vallejo are robustly supported in delivering high-quality early learning experiences for the children and families they serve. So now I'll turn it over to Lisette, who was a major partner with Solano County Office of Education, who really helped us get to where we are today. So Lisette.
Thank you, Juan. Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Monica Brown, who is also one of our colleagues on the First 5 Commission. Before I begin, I really want to take the time to thank this board who, Juan mentioned the word decades ago, and it feels like it was decades ago, but approximately 4 years ago, we sat in these chairs and we came before you with an idea that required the supervisors to think beyond what could actually be seen. It wasn't ever done before. And what that speaks to is your commitment to innovation, your commitment to be visionaries for this county. And this is proving to be a project that many others across the state and frankly across the nation have been asking about. How can we reimagine schools that may be closed in our own areas and reimagine them into spaces that can continue to serve the surrounding communities? And so before I even go any further, I really want to take the time to thank you for that vision. Thank you for being risk takers at a time, frankly, when we were coming to you to think about allocation of ARPA dollars. That was very difficult. And you stayed committed to that vision of focusing on children and families in this community and the future of what could be, because it hadn't been done yet. What you have heard about already today is it's done, and we're ready to open. And it's very exciting.
I don't think people understand how getting those dollars, those rescue plan for many areas, not just to help here, but for many areas. It would be wonderful if somebody would get their PhD and explain where it all went across the United States. Yeah. But without that coming in, we would not have had the funding to go forward.
It's about leveraging resources and looking at long-term sustainability and impacting communities for the long term. And when you think about how we're impacting children now, we're impacting also their families and generations to come. So as the chair of the First Five Commission, I thank you in advance. I do want to take a moment to step back and talk about why this investment that we have just discussed matters. And at its core, it's a project about access and opportunity for young children and their families. In many communities, particularly in parts of Vallejo, families face significant barriers when trying to find high-quality childcare and early learning programs. For working parents, childcare is not just a convenience. It is a necessity that allows families to remain in the workforce and maintain economic stability and, frankly, economic mobility. So several years ago, as we've discussed, First Five Solano conducted a study examining barriers to expanding early learning services across our county. And the number one barrier identified was not workforce, not demand, but the lack of appropriate facilities for childcare providers. Providers simply did not have access to those spaces that met licensing requirements or were financially feasible to operate. This project directly addresses that challenge by transforming the shuttered school, as both Michelle and Juan have described, into a shared early learning campus. We are creating a type of infrastructure that allows providers to grow and serve more families. It's also important to note that this center is located in a community where access to early learning opportunities has historically been limited. The Commission intentionally focuses its investment in areas where disparities exist, because we know that early experiences between birth and age 5 have profound impact on long-term outcomes in health, education, and economic mobility. What makes this project particularly meaningful is the collaboration behind it, and Juan described the leadership team. There is not one agency that could have done this alone. It really took all of us stepping up and coming together to make this happen. And this effort brought together the county with the Board of Supervisors' vision and Michelle's leadership, my goodness, and innovation. And she was the very first one who said, we're going to do this, even when it seemed that we weren't. She knew we would. First Five Solano, Child Start, the Solano County Office of Education, and numerous funding partners across the public and philanthropic sectors. It is a powerful example of what can happen when organizations align around a shared goal, and in this case, improving outcomes for children. Finally, this project represents something larger than a single facility. It serves as a model for how communities can reimagine and rethink early learning infrastructure through shared campuses, collaborative provider models, and integrated family supports. And what this also points to is that resources is not always money. Resources can mean facilities. It means people. It means ideas. For the Commission and for you, the Board of Supervisors, this investment reflects our commitment to ensuring that every child in Solano County has the opportunity to begin life with a strong foundation that they absolutely deserve. So how did we do it? First Five Solano, together with our leadership partners, remained steadfast in pursuing the funding needed for this almost $20 million renovation project. And again, Michelle was the champion behind accessing these resources. She was looking under the table covers. She was looking under the beds. She was not going to take no for an answer. And I think that we also really owe a real dedication and effort and thank you and gratitude to Michelle Harris for not ever saying no. Through her steady advocacy, through our strong partnerships, and our coordinated fundraising, we, from the city, the county, state, federal, and our philanthropic partners, totaling the $20 million. This collective investment shows that shared commitment and, again, continued vision and innovation across sectors to expanding access to high-quality early learning opportunities for Vallejo's children and families. And I will note that the construction costs increased significantly from exploration to purchasing and actual renovation stages. And Juan also pointed to the second phase, the future phase of the community resource building and other buildings that we hope will continue to evolve and other resources that we hope will continue to evolve at the center. So, when we step back and look at the project as a whole, the impact is really significant. And this effort represents more than 5 years of work guided by 3 key partners, First 5 Solano, Child Start, and the Solano County Office of Education, working together with many other public and philanthropic partners. We were able to secure that $20 million investment to Vallejo to transform a shuttered elementary school into a thriving elementary early learning campus. Once fully operational, the site will serve more than 200 children. And we know that each year, year after year, this will expand access to high-quality early education in a community where child care opportunities have historically been limited. The campus is also designed for long-term impact with services and programming that will benefit children and families for at least the next 25 years, but I'm going to say even beyond. What was once a closed school is now being reimagined as a place filled with learning opportunity, and I'm going to say laughter. That's one of the best things to hear when you go to any kind of a learning campus. Yeah. And also support for whole families. While this is an important milestone, is not the end of the vision for this site. The next step is phase 2, which will focus on developing that community resource center on the campus. And this space will allow families in the community to access additional resources in one location, things like family support programs, parenting resources, health and developmental services, a food pantry, a bodega, where community members can select food options that meet their needs and connections to wonderful community partners. The goal is to create a true hub for children, families, and our community, where early learning is paired with broader supports that help our children thrive. Because as an educator, I always recognized, and I encouraged others to recognize, that children don't walk in the door in isolation of what they bring with them once they leave home. They walk into our classrooms, our early learning spaces, and they bring all of them, and that means the needs of the entire family. And finally, we are excited to invite you to come to our red ribbon cutting and family carnival on April 17th. At that time, you can tour the site, hear about the project, and celebrate this big accomplishment with the community. You can scan this QR code, visit our Rise Vallejo website, or you are also welcome to email at TNAdams, that is Toya back there. Toya, raise your hand. There you go. And we can make sure that we get you registered for the event. We are happy to take any questions, but we're very excited, as you can tell. about this project.
So let me ask my colleagues. Supervisor Williams.
Well, thank you for this presentation. It's very delightful to hear. I know my other colleagues had the opportunity to visit the site, and it was just extremely beautiful. Being a former child care provider, it really meant a lot to me to see all the work, intentionality, and commitment to see this come to fruition. I remember those discussions on this board, and we had quite a few. I want to take this opportunity to also acknowledge a strong champion for this project, and that was Supervisor Erin Hannigan. I'd be remiss not to acknowledge her commitment and dedication to this project. But I'm glad to see it just right here, right now, and to know children are currently on the site. That was awesome. I love the quote from Marie Montessori because I definitely incorporated her philosophies into the work I did with children, and to know that you're going to incorporate water plays, sand plays. Amazing. I love that. But again, I just want to say thank you for doing this, because it really was a need in that community to be uplifted. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So again, thank you.
Sandra, anything? Okay. The colleague to my left.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm just going to reiterate some of the words that Supervisor Williams said. Really thanking you for your time, your effort, and compassion in this project, specifically that community. It's affectionately known as Hillside, and a historically excluded community. So it was, I've spoken to residents there, but I've also spoken to neighbors as well that is excited about this project and having a safe space to bring their kids. Also, I just want to say I appreciate the thoughtful tour. Being able to tour the site, take in each of the flexible classrooms and the shaded play areas. I, as a working mother, I saw my son could have been there. So I truly appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into this, and also the investment that made a difference. And when I was transitioning to this role, I did have a conversation with former Supervisor Erin Hannigan Andrews, and this was a priority for her, and how we will continue to serve some of our youngest residents in this county. And I know that being on the statewide child care committee through CSAC, Supervisor Susan Ellenberg from Santa Clara was able to come out and tour the site and get some ideas for what they will do in their region of the Bay Area. And I was able to go back to speak to one of the local artists, Izzy Drumgoli, who the art we did see in one of the slides, and just hear from her about her inspiration and what they wanted to provide to our kids here. And I do have a question, because I did hear about the Community Resource Center, or I'm gonna call it the Community Hub. Can you share how much additional funding is needed to fully complete this project, and what would a partnership look like, or how do we make sure that we can close that gap?
Absolutely. So the quote that we've received is building a community resource building is $650 a square foot. So we can build a 3,000 square foot building, we can build a 6,000 square foot building. There's actually room enough to build a 10,000 square foot building. Our aim is 6,000 square feet, which is about $4 million. So check your couch cushions. If you have money anywhere, we'd be happy to accept it and build that facility. And that is a continuing goal for us. We developed this in phases after realizing the increasing costs of construction. You know, $20 million, if we had received it 5 years prior, would have accomplished both phases, but things escalated, and that's just the way construction is. It doesn't mean that it's not a goal, and we will accomplish that. That building will be built. We will have social services out there for the children and families. We will get parents employed. We will have a bodega where families can walk through and get the food that they need. We will have the support center. We will just do it. This is going to happen. I do want to add a couple of things, if that was all right, that we missed. One is just, this has never been done before. You know, we made this up. This was just a team coming together and making it up. And we talked about 5 years. The reason it was 5 years is because it wasn't one of us making a decision. When a decision had to be made, we had to get on each other's calendars and come together and noodle through what we were going to do and come to consensus. And consensus is hard. Collaboration is hard. You know, I've got a vision of what I think. Lisette had a vision of what she thought. Juan had a vision of what he thought. There were actually 9 members on our leadership team. So all coming together and getting to consensus every time is hard. And going forward with an agreement, and at one point, you know, we had our lawyers involved, and the lawyer said, well, at the end of this, someone has to make a decision. There has to be a decision maker. And we all came together and we said, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We have noodled through this for 5 years, come together, made decisions together for 5 years, and we're going to continue to commit to do that. And so the project could have taken 2 years. If there was one decision maker, you just rock on through the project. But we committed to coming together and accomplishing this work, and it's just so important. The other thing I wanted to say, Supervisor Williams, you talked about being a child care provider. The child care providers, this work is so deeply personal to them, and they operate on razor-thin margins. And generally, the profit that they make goes right back into their business. We made sure that we were significantly under market rate for every child care provider that is on site, because we wanted them to be successful. We wanted them to have the opportunity to have fewer kids so they could take children with special needs, so that they could take children that are on subsidies. We wanted to give them the flexibility. And then lastly, I wanted, you know, Juan talked about the intercom system and how special that was. When we were talking through, you know, I'm not a child care provider, and so we each used our strength. I know how to catalyze. I know how to go get money. Lisette understands the school system and how to articulate between early childhood and the K-12 system. And Juan understands childcare, so we each kind of stayed in our lane. But the two things that I really wanted is I wanted the intercom system. I want them to sing "You Are My Sunshine" every day. That's just so special. And the murals, you know, I remember, I can't remember where I walked to as I was a kid, but there was a mural on a wall, and I just remember always, every time I walked that mural, I touched the ladybug. You know, it was just special to me. And so to have those murals on the walls, I think about those kids and, you know, the little fox that's smiling, maybe that's the smile that they get that day. And you need that as a young child, you know, and so that was just very important and special to me, and I'm just so grateful to have been able to be a part of this team and bring this project to fruition. Phase 1. We're going to get to phase 2.
So to the clerk, I believe we have a card.
Denise Winters.
Hello, Denise Winters. I work for First 5. I wanted to come up and just mention a few things. First of all, wow, I can't believe it's finally here. We're so excited. Everyone on the leadership team brought their own perspectives throughout, which was absolutely phenomenal. Sometimes frustrating. Michelle wanted the murals, and I said, absolutely not. How can we spend this on this? And then she said, no, we're going to figure this out. We did, and they are beautiful, and I'm so grateful that she dug her foot in and said, no, figure it out, Denise. And I, okay. Juan, what a joy you and your team are. And Lisette, thank you for all your wonderful advice. So Lisette mentioned we are doing this throughout the state, nationally. We input to the International Society for Quality of Life Studies conference. It's being held in Kentucky this year. Our application has already been accepted. So we are headed there in August to present this. On top of that, we are presenting hopefully, at the First Five California Conference in September. And then on top of that, we're trying to go to the Public Health Conference in San Antonio in November. We've already submitted that application. We're just waiting to hear the yes or the no. So we are serious about this. Supervisor Williams, serious about expanding this nationwide. Supervisor Williams, you mentioned a hope for one in Fairfield. Let's get that money. Let's do it. Let's figure it out. We have schools closing statewide all of the time with families still needing these types of services. We need to build up our workforce, and in order to do that, we have to build up our families. So thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and just thank you all.
Is there anybody to the clerk with anybody on the phone or anything like that?
No, I have no callers.
Okay. Am I good with my colleagues? All right. So our goal was just to listen, and we kind of did okay. And it was wonderful. And what I was curious about, the reading that you guys both did on your phones and whatever, your computer, do we have a copy of that somewhere? And I didn't see it, which is probably true because there was like baseball and football. No football yet. Basketball going on. So, because I would love to have a copy of what you guys read to us, because I keep everything. You don't have to do it now. Just, forward it to the clerk of the board.
Sure.
Okay, that would be fine. And that way then we can make sure that everybody gets a copy of it, because you have the narrative to go with the pictures and your PowerPoint. So that was good. All right, so on that wonderful note, we will let you guys go. We're almost done. I think we just have one more thing to do, and I'm looking at the time, and I understand. Is it bio break right now? Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I just wanted to say that I was just really moved that the thought of making sure to include children of all abilities that have access, because that's not always available. And when we think of those who aren't like us, that are completely ambulatory or whatever, we're thinking about our whole community. And it just moved my heart, because I know the barriers that parents face all the time. So just thank you for being intentional to do that and to think of children of all different abilities. It's greatly appreciated.
Okay. So I don't mean to be harsh here, but we're going to move on. So to the clerk of the board, if you would read the title for agenda item number 23.
Conduct a noticed public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance for zone text amendment ZT 2504 to amend Chapter 28 of the Solano County Code to revise and update regulations pertaining to signs within unincorporated Solano County. The project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Section 15061B3 and 15311 of the CEQA guidelines.
So to the staff who still stayed with us all the way through, but everything that we did today has been important. Public needs to see what we do, and let alone what we just talked about here to help with our kids. So now that I did my, my little editorial, who is going to do the presentation? Is it Misty? Is it Alan?
Well, I'll start out.
Okay, sounds good.
So good afternoon, Chair and board members. Misty Colbrighter, Resource Management. I'm here with our planning team. And for last but not least, we're going to give a brief overview of the sign ordinance update. And our planning team is Alan Calder, the planning manager, and also JT Lee, that will give most of the presentation. But I'll hand it off to Alan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Thank you, Misty. Hello, Chair Brown and supervisors. I'm just constantly amazed at the very interesting topic areas that you deal with on a daily basis, and the interesting community groups that come in front of you. It's a tough act to follow, that one. Perhaps, Chair Brown, the community center as a new venue for the homemakers, community group meetings.
Yes.
Not
I
far
hadn't
away.
thought of that.
Not far away.
No, it
Yeah.
is not.
Yeah, that's great.
We still need to get that hole in the street done, but okay. Yeah.
So, I'll turn this over to JT, but basically what I want to say about this is part of our ongoing process improvement. In the planning division, we evaluated the sign ordinance. We saw that there were some areas for improvement. That's basically what you're going to be seeing today here, and we're excited to make this more refined, more intuitive, and we've revised permitting structures, requirements, et cetera. So it's our goal to try to make this portion of the code a lot more intuitive than it has been in the past, and JT will walk you through that.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan. And again, JT Lee, Associate Planner. I'll be providing the overview to our proposed changes to the sign ordinance. So to build on what Alan was mentioning, the purpose of this update really is to modernize and clarify our existing standards. We want to streamline the permit review. We've recognized that permit timelines for if you want to put up a 10 square foot sign could be pretty noteworthy and kind of costly. So part of this was to improve some internal consistency as well with this ordinance, to speed it up for applicants applying, anyone applying for those sign permits. In addition, we wanted to make some technical revisions to clarify for staff processing and for applicant clarity. So as part of this process, we're proposing a new 2 sign permit system, a minor sign permit and a major sign permit. I'll go over the minor sign permit first. This would be a new permit for signs with ministerial approval. There would be no public noticing and no public hearing requirement for this. This would enable faster processing time for signs that meet the objective standards of the code, and it would reduce that cost and uncertainty for an applicant upon hearing that if they were to apply for a sign now that meets the standards, it would entail a public hearing, public noticing, and their project could be appealed potentially. The major sign permit, what we're proposing here, would be a discretional approval before the zoning administrator. This would follow kind of the current path of entitling a sign, but this new major sign permit would allow additional flexibility if someone wanted 2 times the height, additional signs on their property, or additional area of the total signs. This is to provide flexibility for a site that may have unique circumstances. If they had limited road frontage because of a hill, maybe the sign needs to go a little bit taller so it can be seen. It's a case-by-case basis, and the applicant would need to apply why they need to have an exception to these standards. And then additionally, there would need to be a finding made that it's compatible with the surrounding environment, that you're not just plunking a bunch of signs down for, I want these. It's to basically ensure that these signs are consistent with the goals of the community and the site itself. So we'll go over some changes to 96.50, the signs allowed without a permit. So we adjusted banners to be allowed with ground openings for a limited time for facilities that have an active business license. Additionally, we clarified the flagpole standards to be consistent across zoning districts. Flagpoles fall under the sign code, that's why this is coming up. And then additionally, we updated directional and informational sign requirements. This is those little small signs you might see on a site that are providing direction, turn left here, my site's here. It's all located on their property. It was just a oversight not an oversight. It was a conflict with the definition of a sign that this could eat up their area. So this is just an improvement there just for flexibility. And so in 9680, we'll go over some of the objective measurements for different districts. We updated the sign quantities, combined area, and height depending on the districts. So for example, ag districts only allowed 60 square feet of area of all signs on the site. We updated this to 120 just in recognition that ag districts are a commercial aspect. These larger parcels need maybe a larger sign to go along with it. Additionally, we increased the sign areas for a few zoning districts just to meet flexibility standards in what we're kind of seeing, like the ag district. We updated the illumination allowances for commercial and industrial just to go along with what is consistent, what we do see people having out there in industrial areas in cities and in counties. Finally, we updated the commercial highway district to have a carve out, we'll say, for taller commercial signs. We have language that allows a commercial highway to have a sign up to the height of the zoning district, and that's currently 35 feet. So it's in recognition that the commercial highway might need some additional height compared to a normal major sign permit height. Additionally, we updated some design standards to be pretty straightforward and objective, such as allowing only one base color and three accent colors. And this doesn't include any logos. So if some business just wanted to place their logo on there, that's completely allowed under the code. Additionally, the signs have to complement the building architecture and nearby context of the site. So if you had a old wooden barn that you wanted to place Joe's Farm Business on, it couldn't just be a sheet metal barn or sheet metal sign. You gotta be kind of consistent with the barn. Again, and that plays into the emphasis on natural materials, specifically for the ag district. It just is an emphasis on maybe considering stone, wood, natural materials you generally find in the area. Additionally, for sign design, if there's any specific plans or strategic guidelines for design review, those would already apply and would be consistent with the ordinance. And additionally, we clarified the illumination standards just to be more straightforward on what is allowed and what isn't. Additionally, there were some standards updated to specific sign types. Some standards were removed just based on practicality, or they were already addressed elsewhere in the sign ordinance, so they weren't needed. Temporary sign standards were clarified. We added additional rules for the construction real estate signs and clearer timelines for if someone had to sign up for a subdivision, how long that could be there. Additionally, we revised the window sign standards to be consistent with the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control requirements. So a liquor store is only allowed to have 33% of its windows covered. We have made that consistent for all districts. Our previous number was lower, so we wanted to match that standard. Additionally, there would be an allowance for a 10 square foot portable off-premises sign with only one allowed per parcel. This will be limited to 90 days per calendar year per property, so you can only have one of these signs on there. And here we revised the master sign requirements. So this is for developments that are generally 4 or more tenant spaces. Think a small shopping mall that might have multiple tenants under one property. This is or it's required that the site exceeds 200% of the allowed square footage for signs, their total sign area. This would be processed as a major sign permit, which requires that public hearing. It would also require a comprehensive design package for all the proposed signs and any future signs to create a consistent sign visual. And it may allow for an increased number or that total area if it's a unique site with unique needs that the normal major might not allow it. This would be heard by the Planning Commission as well, just because it's the highest threshold of a sign permit. Finally, we received, as Alan mentioned, this is part of our streamlining. We've heard a lot from members of the community when they're informed of the sign requirements that this presents a burden. I can't tell you how many times I had to explain that you have to get a sign permit, you have to go through all these steps, and then they're like, never mind, or I'll just go put it up. So we want to emphasize, we want compliance, working with the community, and this is a way we've seen it. We've also reached out to members of the sign industry, either the manufacturers or the contractors. They are the ones generally going for permits for their clients, so they work in a variety of jurisdictions. So we received some feedback from them, and some was incorporated. And like I said, some of that feedback was incorporated into the proposed ordinance. Finally, we found that this proposed ordinance fits with the policies and objectives of the general plan, and it's not increasing any density, and it's compatible with any land use just due to the accessory nature of signs. It was also found to be environmentally exempt with no potential significant effect on the environment, as it's just reworking our current regulations. Additionally, CEQA notes that minor accessory structures include signs, which is also exempt from CEQA as well. And then the recommendation by staff is in front of you here. And that concludes our presentation.
No, it is. I was thinking of questions, so my bad.
No, that's all right.
Okay, so just 1 second. I know to the clerk of the board, we talked about it, but it says open the public hearing before public comment. Do we count as public comment? Okay, so I'm not going to do that yet because I have a supervisor as a question. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I wanted to ask, in reference to the limitations on banners, it indicated that it's limited to grand openings only. However, as a business owner, you may have other type of events that you want to create a different banner for. But what it seems how it's written, you wouldn't be allowed to put up a banner later?
Yes, so the grand opening sign is generally for larger, where banner is included in that. Something if you're putting on the top of a building, grand opening, new business, new owner. The purpose of the portable offsite sign, that would cover if you had a smaller sign, like 10 square feet is a decent size to promote an event on your property as well. So they could be viewed through that lens.
And just asking, you know, when these considerations were being made, by any chance, would the Chamber of Commerce also included as a stakeholder or someone to bounce things off of as we make these decisions that impact businesses?
I could speak to that one, perhaps, Supervisor. It's a good question. We did not reach out to them directly. However, you know, they would have been under our, or businesses that they would oversee would have been fallen under our existing, you know, ordinance as it stands. And we had not heard from them as a, you know, an issue in the past. What you're seeing here today are attempts at streamlining the process, not making it more difficult to get permits. So I think they've been in support of such action on our behalf. You know, the hearing bodies that this came before as well, the Planning Commission, the ALUC, and now yourselves as the Board of Supervisors, this was actually heard twice at the Planning Commission, and we did get some good feedback there as well. I just wanted to mention that, and we did incorporate some of those comments that were provided in that process as well.
Okay, well, for me, I don't like trying to limit businesses, trying to advertise things that going on, maybe, you know, sizing, you know. I appreciate this work of streamlining and making it easier for our businesses too. And I love that you have a two-tier process. I think that's awesome. Great forethought. But what I want to, I just was a little bit concerned about that. That didn't sit well with me, being a former business owner myself. It's just, you're kind of telling, and I understand that we do provide compliance for businesses, but to restrict when they could use banners, and you get a one-time usage of a banner, and you just can't use one ever again. I mean, I just want, just hearing that, right? It just sounds odd. And then next, why are they only allowed 3 accent colors? Is it trying to have some type of, just, I'm gonna wait for you to answer that question.
Yeah, so the primary base color, that was just decided due to the nature of, you gotta have one base. 3 accents colors, it's just, we wanted to put an objective measurement to guide a sign or a business owner. If you have a logo or something, like I said before, that isn't included in this. So we wanted to just put a cap on somewhere. If someone wanted direction, this is our direction.
Oh, well, I asked this because I'm just going to use Sassoon Valley, right, as an example, right? So we have, rest his soul, Mr. Glossoff. He's an artist. And so if you're a business, you may be able to use more colors and still be attractive in the landscape where it's not distractive. But the goal of signage in the first place is to draw your attention, right, to a business. And so I'm just, in my thought process here, I don't know if saying you may only have 3 colors is, suffice. I think we may want to look at that a little bit more, because when you're looking at color on the color wheel, you can go from one spectrum, across to the other, and they complement one another, and then to limit what they're trying to do in their marketing, because that, impacts how they're going to market. Because then you're saying, if your sign is only 3, then you're telling them their logos and what they can do is limited. When you look at it in its totality.
It's a fair
So-
point, Supervisor. Thank you for bringing that up. We are fortunate enough to have design guidelines in the Sassoon Valley. It's one of the few areas where we do actually have design guidelines. And they have a pretty good signage section that we defer to. And we're happy about that because that doesn't exist everywhere in the county. It's there, and it's in the industrial ag services. Actually, we have guidelines there. And we point to those guidelines in the Sassoon Valley frequently because they're so well done. We really like those. And so we talk to folks about agrarian style architecture and theming, especially in the Sassoon Valley. And so they talk about earth tone colors, things of that sort. So when we look at those options, we also have the discretion at the zoning administrator level to hear folks. They say, hey, I've got 5 colors. And we can hear them out through that process. It's discretionary. But if somebody makes a case for something over and above what's outlined here, we can surely hear them out.
So is it more just for my clarification and understanding, when you say it's discretionary, then, then does that, so that means they could file some form of petition?
Basically, correct. It would come before the zoning administrator in that case, which is our lowest, level of regulatory permitting, then the PC and then the board, obviously. So at the ZA, the zoning administrator hearing, that's where they could come to us, talk to us about the permit, perhaps make their case on more than 3 color accents, and we can surely hear them out. And it's not atypical that we could make some accommodations if special circumstances come up.
Okay. And I would add the accent colors are really meant for vibrancy and creating frames and identifications. The logos themselves can be full color, multiple color. There's no restrictions on the use of color within their logos and those types of elements. So the accent colors is really to try to build some consistency between the signs on a particular area and have a consistent theme. When you start having a whole rainbow of colors up there, sometimes it does get a little bit overwhelming and confusing, but we're not restricting how they can use their logo or any other business graphics in relation to the sign. It's really the framing of the sign and the background of it to provide that sort of contrast for the vendors.
Okay.
And this is pretty consistent from some of the other jurisdictions we looked at. The accents and the background color, they want to limit so that the graphics and things for the business themselves actually pop and show up more, and there's no restrictions on that.
Okay, thank you for that, that content, because I was just trying to think, well, you know, I know our job is ordinances and compliances. I just want to make sure we stay business friendly.
Correct.
You know,
And
in
actually,
this process.
usually when we come before you, we're putting restrictions. The new sign ordinance is actually expansive. So we've listened to the public and all the applicants, and we're providing more opportunities for signage as opposed to restricting them. So this actually becomes an expansion, which is a great thing.
Yes.
For businesses.
That is good.
Yep.
All right. That was just, those were my only questions. I just needed clarity on that before I could vote. So, thank you.
And we'll also look at the banner aspect of it. The banner was specifically with regards to grand openings. Those become dated when someone opens up and they sit there.
Yeah.
In a lot of the instances here, there's graphics that can be placed in the windows, like we have some of the shops. They can rotate those graphics out and change those graphics just as long as they don't exceed the maximum number of area per the ABC codes. So there is flexibility within that as well.
Well, I asked that because sometimes they'll have an inaugural new event, right? And they may want to put out a new banner. So that's why I thought, well, I don't know, we want to just say one only, and that's it. Because if you are, just say, I'm just making something up, right? Just say Tolina's Winery wanted to do their first annual Mother's Day celebration at the winery. And they wanted to put a banner up for that, just for that occasion. And then, of course, they want to remove it. But if they've already had a grand opening banner up before, then you're limited, right? You just said, no, you get to choose the one, and you better figure out what that one is. And then after that, that's it. So that's why.
And we'd be
I
happy
brought
to
that
take a
forward.
look at the restrictions and see what the flexibility is within that with regards to
Okay.
banners. And then obviously, as we go through the process, we'll monitor complaints and issues that we receive from applicants, and be more than happy to bring back sort of where we landed with that and changes to expand that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor James?
Just one question. How should residents report concerns if they believe the sign ordinance is not being followed?
That would be to our code enforcement office. They receive complaints daily and will investigate, and if it's substantiated, we would work towards compliance with the potential violator.
Yeah, on the website for resource management, they can access a complaint, they can file a complaint on there, or they can call the office. We have the main line. Yep.
Okay, so I'm good with the board at the moment. Okay, so now I'm going to open the public hearing before we reach out for public comment. So now that everybody heard that, Madam Clerk, do we have any cards submitted or any callers on the line on this particular item?
I have no cards submitted and no callers on the line.
So when the speakers are done, I get to do what now? Close it. Yay! Okay, so, oh my gosh. Sorry, guys. I'm just, it's not anybody's fault, but it's already 1 o'clock. So anyway, so I understand that there was recommendations. So gosh, what does that mean, colleagues?
Will you
Come back to us once you go through this process, and if there's any concerns?
Absolutely.
Those will come back,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, absolutely. We'll use this as an opportunity to implement these, monitor them, and as changes come, we come back with changes, obviously, to get the board's input.
Okay,
Great.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, then I can second.
Okay. Because could we win on a Tuesday? We couldn't. We have to have 3, right? Okay, so it's a good thing you answered properly. So we can keep moving. All right. So let's vote, please, colleagues.
So ordered by a vote.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank you.
No, thank you, guys. I know it's a lot of work to do all that. So, to County Council, will there be a report out after closed session?
Chair, there might be a report out today.
There might be. So just to let my colleagues know, after we hear from the clerk of the board on item 24, that I can always come back. You don't have to come, and I can report out. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. My bad. So I will not see you guys for what, a whole week, right? I think that's it. So are there any comments from anybody in terms of until April 14th? Is there anything anybody wants to say between now and then? Okay.
Just wanted to close the meeting in memory of John Finney. Mr. Finney transitioned on March 30th, surrounded by love. In a reflection of the care and respect he gave so freely throughout his life. He was a dedicated educator in Vallejo, someone who believed deeply in the potential of every student, especially those who needed a second chance. His work in continuation education was not just a profession, but a calling. He met students where they were, lifted them up, and reminded them that their future was still theirs to shape. That belief continues to live on through the school that bears his name, John F. Finney High School, and through the many lives he touched. I extend a heartfelt condolences to his wife, Miss Vanita Finney, his family, friends, colleagues, and all who were fortunate to know him. A celebration of life will be held on Sunday, May 3rd, 2026, at the Dan Foley Cultural Center in Vallejo, where the community will gather to remember and honor him. And may his memory be a blessing. Thank you.
Anybody else? Nope, we're good? Okay, so, oh wait, we didn't even read what closed session is, did we? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay. Conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Solano County representatives and employee organizations as listed in the agenda. Conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, In-Home Supportive Services Authority representatives and employee organization as listed in the agenda. And conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, D4, initiation of litigation, 2 cases.
Okay, so let me just do a cleanup. We read it, we voted, we know we know that Monica's gonna come back. We're good, right? So we can eat? I want to know, am I to that point? Yay, we get to eat. Thank you all for all the work you guys did. It was a lot of work. It was a long day. To our security, thank you for coming back and forth and making that happen. And I apologize. It's not going to take so long, but I'm so bad. So I feel bad that I made you wait. Okay, so where are we going? Upstairs somewhere. Okay, that's always good.
And then we can start, he's got it going, so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, there I am, okay. Let's see, good afternoon. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session to discuss initiation of a receivership action pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The board took action to authorize county council to initiate a receivership proceeding regarding the property located at 8425 Winters Road, Winters. The action was approved by a 3-0 vote of Supervisor Brown, James, and Williams. Paragraph 2. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session to discuss initiation of a receivership action pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The board took action to authorize county council to initiate a receivership proceeding regarding the property located at 8338 Tubbs Road, Winters. The action was approved by a 3-0 vote of Supervisors Brown, James, and Williams. Thank you very much for your time, and have a good Tuesday. Meeting adjourned. Sorry. So are we off?